Chapter 3166. Boundary Mountain was located in the middle of the boundary of the world capital. The surroundings of the mountain was surrounded by a terrifying energy. As time passed, it formed a spatial storm. If one's physical body was too weak, they wouldn't even be able to get close to the mountain. Although everyone knew that there would definitely be a legendary inheritance treasure on the mountain. But not many people dared to come here. But today, there were countless sector lords gathered here. They heard a rumor that the Eastern region's Sky Heart sector lord had opened the seal of the Boundary Mountain and obtained the inheritance treasure. When they first received the news, they were all stunned. They were very curious as to what the inheritance treasure within the Boundary Mountain was. But when the next piece of news exploded out, everyone was in an uproar. It was said that the inheritance treasure within the Boundary Mountain was the lifetime comprehension of an ancient expert. If one could completely comprehend it, stepping into the transcendent realm was only a matter of time. This piece of news caused all the sector lords to fall into a state of madness. In the entire immemorial primal chaos, there were countless sector lords, but those that could step into the transcendent realm were few and far between. The transcendent realm was the realm that every sector lord dreamed of. Only by stepping into the transcendent realm would one have the qualifications to pursue a higher level of martial strength. Participating in the sector lord assembly was to pursue the transcendent realm. But now, someone had actually obtained such a treasure. Ch, the Eastern region's trash sector lord dares to touch the treasure of my world capital? What a joke. No matter what, I must obtain the inheritance treasure and step into the transcendent realm. Wait till I step into the transcendent realm, I will be able to stand on the same level as Tu Wanmore and the others. I will even be able to step on them and become famous in the world capital. Many sector lords thought in their hearts. But they all had a common goal, and that was to kill the Sky Heart sector lord and obtain the inheritance. Hoo. A violent wind blew as a vast power swept across the land. At the foot of the Boundary Mountain, a large number of sector lords gathered. Their bodies were surrounded by a dense aura to resist the spatial storm around the Boundary Mountain. Everyone gathered there and stopped their footsteps. Everyone. The black-robed sector lord standing at the front waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Instantly, the noisy plains quietened down. Seeing this, the black-robed sector lord continued, "Our goal here is the same, and that is to obtain the inheritance treasure. As far as I know, the Eastern region's realm lord Tian Xin is a tribulation supremacy, but his battle prowess is comparable to a powerful realm lord. This time, he even obtained the lifetime cultivation comprehension of an ancient peerless expert, so he can't be underestimated. Instead of us fighting on our own and being extremely scattered like this, which might give him a chance to escape, why don't we join forces and kill him first? Then, we'll rely on our own abilities to fight for cultivation comprehension." What does everyone think? If an ordinary person said such words, these sector lords naturally wouldn't believe it. But this black-robed sector lord in front of him was the famous bloodthirsty sector lord in the world capital. His strength had already reached the peak sector lord level, and he was only a step away from the transcendent realm. However, what was most revered was not his strength, but his incomparably cruel personality. Once someone disobeyed him, they would definitely be massacred by him. The moment the bloodthirsty sector lord said that, there were other sector lords who disagreed. "I don't think there's a need to join forces." A green-robed sector lord said faintly, "If we fight on our own, we might have a better chance." After speaking, he was prepared to leave. "Want to leave?" The bloodthirsty sector lord's eyes were scarlet red. With a flick of his finger, a bloody light shot out. Poochie. No matter how the green-robed sector lord tried to resist, he couldn't break free. The bloody light quickly entered the green-robed sector lord's body. With a boom, his body directly exploded and he died. The entire plain was deathly silent. Everyone looked at the bloodthirsty sector lord in fear. Ha, as expected of the bloodthirsty sector lord. Such strength is comparable to a transcendent sector lord. Someone praised. With the bloodthirsty sector lord taking the lead, our success rate will be higher. The bloodthirsty sector lord's scarlet eyes surveyed the surroundings before he nodded lightly. Since no one has any objections, let's set off. Shoo! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Following which, a white-robed figure whizzed through the void and stopped in front of the spatial storm. We're finally here. Fang Chen's voice transmitted into everyone's ears. He lightly waved his hand and touched the spatial storm. In an instant, a crack appeared in the spatial storm. Fang Chen flashed and entered it. He is the Skyheart Sector Lord. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. They cried out involuntarily. Damnable Skyheart Sector Lord. He could pass through the spatial storm so easily. If he didn't obtain the inheritance treasure, I would be the first to not believe it. He dares to do this in front of us. Is he mocking us? Kill him. Fang Chen's actions caused many sector lords to be enraged. Especially the bloodthirsty sector lord. His scarlet eyes were filled with greed. Let's go. After Fang Chen passed through the spatial storm, he tapped his feet lightly and rapidly arrived at the mountain peak. True Martial Sector Lord. His gaze swept over and saw the true Martial Sector Lord and the others. Their faces were pale and their auras were weak. They seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. I'm here to save you. Fang Chen spoke. The true Martial Sector Lord heard the voice and slowly opened his eyes. No, the true Martial Sector Lord desperately shook his head, wanting to stop Fang Chen. Don't come over. Unfortunately, it was too late. When Fang Chen arrived beside the true Martial Sector Lord, the void suddenly changed. The entire world seemed to be spinning. Keek, in the void, the corpse demon's voice could be heard. Originally, I wanted to kill you personally. But now, I've changed my mind. It would be more interesting if a human genius like you was killed by those stupid human cultivators. The corpse demon laughed eerily. So, enjoy the feast I've prepared for you. If you don't die, then I can only suppress you personally and refine you into a puppet. Rumble. On the Spirit Formation Mountain, a terrifying power was rumbling. All of a sudden, the spatial storm that had surrounded the Spirit Formation Mountain dissipated. The Boundary Mountain appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fang Chen frowned. His divine sense carefully searched every inch of the void. But he couldn't find where the corpse demon was hiding. Damn it. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his heart filled with rage. The corpse demon actually wanted to use the many sector lords to deal with him. However, his wishful thinking was wrong. The Boundary Mountain has opened. Kill the Skyheart Sector Lord. While thinking, the bloodthirsty sector lord led the many sector lords to ascend the Boundary Mountain. They surrounded the entire Boundary Mountain and angrily stared at Fang Chen. Skyheart Sector Lord, quickly hand over the inheritance treasure. Otherwise, I'll kill your entire family. The bloodthirsty sector lord licked his dry lips and said. The other sector lords also let out threatening words, wanting to force Fang Chen to submit. Fang Chen shrugged and said, You all saw it before. I just arrived at the Boundary Mountain. So, I didn't get the inheritance treasure you all spoke of. You're lying. I came to the Boundary Mountain to save a few of my companions. The Corpse Devil clan was behind all of this. He wants to see us humans kill each other. Fang Chen said. Mph, don't give me that. This is the Boundary Mountain. How can the corpse demon enter? The bloodthirsty sector lord waved his sleeves and a scarlet aura filled the air. He took a step forward with a powerful aura and pressured Fang Chen. Do you think we're idiots? Today, no matter where you go, no one can save you. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the sector lords. Their faces were malevolent and filled with killing intent. Seeing this, the last bit of hope in Fang Chen's heart was completely destroyed. He originally didn't want to start a massacre. But now, he had no choice. Don't resist. Fang Chen kept the weakened Zhenwu sector lord and the others into Mingdong Mountain. Want to escape? Suddenly, a sector lord acted forcefully, ambushing Fang Chen. Scram. Fang Chen let out a furious roar and suddenly punched out. Catcher. In the air, blood splattered. The sector lord that attacked him exploded and died instantly. He's gotten stronger. It must be because of the inheritance treasure. Chapter 3167. One trap after another, This was the corpse demon's plot against him. Flesh wounds were nothing, what was truly terrifying was the heart. Fang Chen raised his head, his gaze was calm as he swept past the sector lords. They didn't hide their killing intent at all, this was the human race that they spoke of. In front of the enemy, they only thought of themselves. For the sake of the non-existent inheritance treasure, they even wanted to kill him. This is the corpse demon's plot, its goal is to make us kill each other. Although his heart was extremely cold, Fang Chen still didn't make a move. In his heart, he didn't want the corpse demon's plan to succeed. The corpse demon is hiding in the dark. Fang Chen suddenly raised his finger and pointed to the void. He said solemnly, "Everyone here should know better than me how terrifying the corpse demon is. Today's situation is completely caused by the corpse demon. What inheritance treasure? It's completely non-existent. I came to Boundary Mountain to save my companions, that's all. If you want to monopolize the inheritance treasure, just say it. You actually made up such a ridiculous lie, do you think we're all idiots?" Someone beside the bloodthirsty sector lord said in disdain. "Didn't you say that the corpse demon is hiding in the dark? Why didn't we discover it? Don't tell us that your consciousness is already stronger than all of us. There are 5 kings in the world capital, how could the corpse demon sneak in? That's right, plus, this is a boundary, without the permission of the 5 kings, not even a fly can fly in." Everyone didn't believe Fang Chen's words, they thought that Fang Chen was lying. Boom! The bloodthirsty sector lord stomped his foot, the entire Boundary Mountain trembled, a violent aura engulfed the land. "Hand over the inheritance treasure and I'll leave you a complete corpse." The bloodthirsty sector lord's attitude was extremely cold, as if he wanted to tear Fang Chen into pieces. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't say anything else, he only lightly shook his head. He was very disappointed in the Realm Lord. "Since you don't believe me, there's no point in saying more." Fang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "I, Fang Chen, am right here. If anyone wants to attack me, come at me." Courting death. Some sector lords couldn't hold it in any longer and launched thunderous attacks. Rumble. Wild attacks filled the sky. Colorful energies intertwined in the sky, forming a huge energy light pillar. Boiling lava slowly flowed out of the torn space. In just a breath's time, the magma gathered to form a fiery red spear. Rip! Under the joint control of many sector lords, the fiery red spear pierced through the void and pierced towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression was calm. When the fiery red spear was about to touch him, he suddenly raised his hand. Everyone was stunned as Fang Chen gripped the fiery red spear tightly with both hands. The next scene was extremely shocking. They saw Fang Chen's hands that were gripping the red spear, slowly rotating it and then gripping it tightly. Catcher! The frightening fiery red spear was actually shattered into pieces. Hooah! The fiery red energy continued to scatter in all directions before fading away. Dong dong dong! More than 10 sector lords suffered from the strong recoil and spat out blood. Their bodies exploded and they died. Hoo! When the energy of heaven and earth dissipated, Fang Chen still stood with his hands clasped behind his back as if nothing had happened. At this moment, even the bloodthirsty sector lord's face changed drastically. He clenched his fists tightly and his scarlet eyes were filled with shock. "How is this possible?" the bloodthirsty sector lord exclaimed. The combined attack of more than 10 sector lords was comparable to a peak sector lord. Even he wasn't willing to face the fiery red spear head-on. However, this guy in front of him grabbed it with his bare hands and crushed it. How strong did he need to be? Could it be that he had already stepped into the transcendent realm? This was what many sector lords were thinking. They opened their eyes wide and stared at Fang Chen. After a short tremble, the Boundary Mountain regained its calmness and the bloodthirsty sector lord's face became even more serious. Because he realized that Fang Chen had already stepped into the sector lord realm. When he was at the minor tribulation sovereign realm, he could already fight against a sector lord. Now that he had stepped into the sector lord realm, how strong was he? No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. So you've already stepped into the sector lord realm. After a short daze, the bloodthirsty sector lord regained his composure and snorted. Although he was shocked, He still didn't think that Fang Chen had the strength to fight against him. However, do you think you can block all of our attacks like this? As the bloodthirsty sector lord's voice fell, all the sector lords behind him released their strongest power and surrounded Fang Chen. Fang Chen shrugged, I've said it before. I'm right here. If you want to kill me, feel free to do so. However, before that, let me remind you out of goodwill. If I make a move, none of you will be able to survive. Arrogant. The bloodthirsty sector lord stomped his foot and leapt up. Scarlet light wreaked havoc in the void. He suddenly slapped out, causing the sky to change color. A scarlet-red palm print landed on Fang Chen's body. Catcher. Fang Chen stood there quietly. He had not moved his body at all. However, when the powerful scarlet palm came into contact with Fang Chen's head, it shattered with a loud bang. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Emperor Realm physical body? The bloodthirsty sector lord opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. Suddenly, his mind flashed as though he had thought of something. When he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Fang Chen had already made his move. Boom boom boom. 3 consecutive punches. The power of each punch was comparable to a transcendent sector lord. Catcher. Everywhere the fist light passed, ordinary sector lords would fall. Miserable screams could be heard. Go. In just a single exchange, the bloodthirsty sector lord could feel how terrifying Fang Chen was. He hid among the other sector lords, wanting to escape. Everyone, attack together and kill him. The bloodthirsty sector lord wanted to use the advantage of numbers to kill Fang Chen. However, the current Fang Chen had already entered a berserk state. He would kill anyone in his way. His iron fists were invincible under the heavens. His body was filled with invincible strength. Every punch he sent out would definitely cause the death of a sector lord. In just a few minutes, over 10 sector lords had died. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion in the entire world capital. After all, a sector lord could be considered a warlord. It was very rare for so many sector lords to die together. Form the formation. A formation master roared. At the same time, he gathered everyone's strength and formed a powerful formation, wanting to trap Fang Chen within. Fang Chen raised his head. His eyes flashed with disdain. No matter how many techniques you have, I only have a pair of iron fists. Catcher. Emperor Realm strength gathered on his fist. A single punch shattered everyone's last hope. When the formation shattered, the sector lords who were besieging Fang Chen finally felt fear. Demon, he's a demon. Transcendent, he has already stepped into the transcendent realm. Run. Many sector lords couldn't care less anymore. They all fled in panic. Want to leave? Fang Chen found the bloodthirsty sector lord in the crowd. He was the one who wanted to kill Fang Chen. How could Fang Chen let him go? Huala. Fang Chen waved his palm and space began to change. The entire spirit formation mountain seemed to have turned quiet. Everyone's body was trapped in the void. Die. Fang Chen arrived beside the bloodthirsty sector lord and punched towards his head. Sila. The bloodthirsty sector lord burned his essence blood and broke free from the time stop. He roared in anger, Heaven Heart sector lord, since you've already stepped into the transcendent realm, why do you want to kill us weak sector lords? Kill the weak. Fang Chen sneered, I gave you a chance. Not only did you not cherish it, you even wanted to surround and kill me. Now that you know that I'm a transcendent, you want to beg for mercy. You're a transcendent. If you kill sector lords like this, the 5 kings of the world capital won't let you off. At this moment, the bloodthirsty sector lord couldn't care less anymore. He directly used the 5 kings of the world capital to threaten Fang Chen. He only had a single thought in his heart, and that was to escape this place. As long as he could leave this place alive, it was better than anything else. At the same time, he felt regret in his heart. If he knew that this fella was so perverted, he wouldn't have provoked him even if he was beaten to death. It's useless. I will kill you today. Chapter 3168. Today, if he was too weak and couldn't resist the encirclement of so many sector lords, his ending would be very miserable. Now, he was strong enough to suppress all the sector lords. But the bloodthirsty sector lord lowered his head and begged for mercy. Was this possible? Die! Fang Chen's fist mercilessly landed on the bloodthirsty sector lord's body. Bloodthirsty fury. Seeing this, the bloodthirsty sector lord clenched his teeth and his expression turned sinister. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. In the previous exchange, he was well aware of Fang Chen's strength. He was too strong. His battle strength was comparable to a transcendent sector lord. He couldn't resist at all. Now, Fang Chen was going all out and he knew he couldn't resist. Hence, he hardened his heart and ignited his essence blood, wanting to die together with Fang Chen. Rumble. The huge flame burned his entire body. His essence blood instantly merged with the flame. In the next moment, the bloodthirsty sector lord released a supreme pressure. He took a step forward and arrived above Fang Chen's head. Then, he began to madly attack his head. It's time to end this. However, Fang Chen wasn't afraid. He faced the attack head-on and his iron fists directly shattered the bloodthirsty sector lord's body. Sigh sigh sigh. The bloodthirsty sector lord's essence blood covered the surface of Fang Chen's skin, wanting to corrode his body. However, it couldn't break through Fang Chen's Emperor Realm defense. In an instant, it was refined by Fang Chen. Catcher. After the world regained its calm, the bloodthirsty sector lord had completely fallen. Fang Chen stood in the air and looked down. Many sector lords were fleeing in panic. In this battle, he was like a demon god descending to the world, killing all the sector lords. In just a short battle, over 100 sector lords had died in Fang Chen's hands. The remaining sector lords were scared out of their wits and fled in panic. After Fang Chen killed the bloodthirsty sector lord, he didn't chase after them. It didn't matter if he killed these sector lords or not. Wang. Just as Fang Chen was lost in thought, a ripple suddenly flickered. Then, a crack appeared in the void, and a terrifying black light burst out. I've been guarding against you for a long time. Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered. He leaped into the black light and clashed with the corpse demon leader. Boom! Boom! The heavy fists of both sides collided, causing the void to tremble as both sides retreated. I truly did not expect your growth to be this fast. If I had known earlier, I would have spared no effort to kill you back then. The corpse demon leader said gloomily. Originally, he had planned to let the human race fight amongst themselves and borrow the hands of the other sector lords to kill Fang Chen. Then, he would kill the remaining sector lords. However, the situation changed. He had never imagined that Fang Chen's strength had already reached such a level, becoming a transcendent in a single step. Such potential was unprecedented. Even a large clan with a deep foundation like the corpse demon had to pay attention to it. If I bring your head back to the clan, I will definitely be heavily rewarded. The corpse demon leader sneered, his eyes filled with greed. If it was before, he would not have cared about this at all. He only wanted to kill Fang Chen. But now, the situation was different. If the corpse demon knew that Fang Chen had become a transcendent in a single step, it would definitely be shocked. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Fang Chen exuded a powerful aura as he muttered. Being arrogant is the nature of you humans. The corpse demon leader said, I, the corpse demon, have existed for countless years. Even at the peak of your human race, you were unable to completely destroy my race. Do you think you have the right to say this to me? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the void could be heard. Then, a beautiful figure in white approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the boundary mountain and stood side by side with Fang Chen. Her beautiful eyes stared at the corpse demon leader as her red lips parted slightly. She said softly, "What if you include me?" Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. The person who came was the daughter of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Luoxue. When they first entered the boundary mountain, Ouyang Luoxue had met Fang Chen once. At that time, Ouyang Luoxue was high and mighty, as if she was an otherworldly fairy. But now, Fang Chen had caught up to her. "Page, you came at the right time. Killing human prodigies is what I, the corpse demon, am most happy to do." The corpse demon leader's figure flashed, and a great battle broke out. Ouyang Luoxue and Fang Chen attacked together, surrounding and suppressing the corpse demon leader. On the Boundary Mountain, a shocking battle was about to break out. Terrifying battle fluctuations were constantly released. The entire Spirit Formation Mountain was shaking. In the distant horizon, there were 4 figures. They were Merciless Tyrant of the 10,000 Poisons Sect, Blazing Heart of the Shinshan School, Jing Lang of the Black Wolf Mountain, and 2 Wanmo of the Devil Hand Sect. Before this, the 5 experts had gathered to discuss how to deal with Fang Chen. However, Ouyang Luoxue was unwilling to be with them and left early. At this moment, the 4 of them stood there, staring at the Boundary Mountain in the distance. The 4 of them looked at each other with grave expressions. Transcendent, he has also stepped into the transcendent realm. Blazing Heart clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. They knew better than anyone what it meant for Tian Xin to step into the transcendent realm. After all, this guy's combat strength was comparable to a peak realm lord when he was a tribulation supremacy. Now that he had stepped into the transcendent realm, how strong was his combat strength? The last time I fought him, he hadn't stepped into the realm lord realm. How did he do it in such a short time? Merciless Tyrant of the 10,000 Poisons Sect racked his brains. Beside him, 2 Wanmo's demonic aura was overflowing. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he said coldly, he stepped into the transcendent realm in 1 step. What? Black Wolf Mountain's realm lord Jing Lang cried out, his face filled with shock. He stepped into the transcendent realm in 1 step? How is that possible? Stepping into the transcendent realm in 1 step only existed in legends. How did a mere realm lord of the eastern region do it? The air froze and the atmosphere was stifling. The 4 fell into silence. The 4 of them could not accept stepping into the transcendent realm in 1 step. However, this was reality. After a long while, 2 Wanmo said, cancel the previous plan. But, Merciless Tyrant said somewhat anxiously, you should know what it means to step into the transcendent realm in 1 step. Are you going to let him continue to grow? When the time comes, will there still be room for us to survive in the realm capital? Taking advantage of the fact that he has just stepped into the transcendent realm and has yet to stabilize his footing, the 4 of us will definitely be able to heavily injure or even kill him. Merciless Tyrant was unwilling to give up this opportunity. Who knew how strong Fang Chen would be the next time they met? Enough. Blazeheart Realm Lord berated, Merciless Tyrant, you've suffered at the hands of Skyheart Realm Lord before. Don't try to instigate us. There's still a long time before the barrier closes. We can look for opportunities and continue to break through. There's no need to waste our time on this. That's right. I agree with Blazeheart Realm Lord. Skyheart Realm Lord's strength is beyond our imagination. It's not worth the risk. After saying this, the 3 of them left together with 2 Wanmo. Merciless Tyrant glanced resentfully at the intense battle on Barrier Mountain. He flung his sleeves and turned to leave. The day I step into the transcendent realm will be the day your life ends. Of the 5 experts, only Merciless Tyrant had yet to step into the transcendent realm. However, with his superb attainments in the Poison Dao, he could fight against a transcendent. Barrier Mountain. Terrifying shockwaves from the battle wreaked havoc on the entire mountain. Every time Fang Chen punched out with his iron fist, it gave people a feeling of incomparable shock. On the other hand, Ouyang Luoxue's methods were extraordinary. With the 2 of them working together, they suppressed the corpse demon leader in an instant. Damn it! The corpse demon leader roared at the sky. Evil aura gathered all over his body as he wanted to make a final counterattack. At the same time, he took out a flute from his bosom and put it to his mouth to blow. The melodious sound of the flute spread out. Seeing this, Fang Chen frowned. There's something wrong with this flute sound. Fang Chen felt that there was something wrong with the flute sound. Suddenly, he thought of something. Stop him. Immediately, Fang Chen roared and punched at the corpse demon leader, wanting to destroy his flute. The white-clothed Ouyang Luoxue raised her fair hand and took out a long whip. She exerted strength in her wrist and lashed out with the whip. It tore through the sky and smashed towards the corpse demon leader. Summoning an expert from the past. Intuition told Fang Chen that the corpse demon leader's flute sound seemed to be summoning an expert from the past. Chapter 3169. The sound of the flute was melodious, as if it had existed since ancient times. Strands of ripples spread out from the flute. Like halos, they formed circles of ripples on the boundary mountain. As the sound of the flute became heavier, there seemed to be countless forces surging from the distant horizon. After sensing these forces, Fang Chen's mood became heavier and heavier. He was very anxious and directly transmitted his voice to Ouyang Luoxue. He's trying to summon the experts who died in the past. You hold him back. I'll go destroy the flute. Hearing this, Ouyang Luoxue turned her head and glanced at Fang Chen. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated expression. However, she didn't say anything. She suddenly swung the long whip in her hand. A fiery red light shot into the sky. The long whip wrapped around the corpse demon leader's body and restrained him. Dong. The corpse demon leader blew the flute while attacking Ouyang Luoxue's long whip. For a moment, he couldn't pose a threat to Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen used the mysteries of the space-time Tao to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen passed through the whip's seal and came to the corpse demon leader's side. Space-time sword explosion. After the hidden star sword broke, Fang Chen replaced the sword with his finger and performed the invincible sword technique. A terrifying finger light shot out and quickly transformed into a sword light in front of Fang Chen. At the same time, the immortal star core in Fang Chen's body rotated at full speed. The immortal star power quickly merged into the sword light. Crack! In a flash, the sword light pierced the flute. Get lost! The corpse demon leader roared angrily, trying to force Fang Chen to retreat. However, at this time, he was shocked to find that his body couldn't move. It seemed that the world had stopped. Even Ouyang Luoxue, who was controlling the long whip, couldn't help but be stunned. What was going on? Why was the void restriction? However, when she saw Fang Chen's actions, she instantly understood. Time stop. Ouyang Luoxue took a deep breath, and his cold face was filled with shock. His chest heaved up and down as he was greatly shaken. She didn't expect that Fang Chen not only had unlimited potential, but also had such a powerful void technique. Crack! Fang Chen attacked with all his strength. The resplendent sword light fiercely collided with the flute. In addition to the powerful amplification of the immortal star force, his strength rose to the peak. Even a true transcendent expert would not be able to withstand it, let alone the corpse demon leader, who had been forced into a difficult situation by Ouyang Luoxue. A crisp sound echoed. Cracks suddenly appeared on the flute in the hands of the corpse demon leader before it shattered into pieces. No! The leader of the corpse demon faced the sky and roared angrily. His eyes were scarlet, and he wished he could tear Fang Chen into pieces. Boom! Without the protection of the flute, the corpse demon leader was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. Dong! Dong! The experts that had fallen from the distant sky all stopped. They were floating in the air above the Spirit Formation Mountain as they looked down at the battle below. At this moment, their minds were no longer cloudy. Instead, they became brighter. Corpse demon. Several fallen experts gnashed their teeth in hatred when they saw the corpse demon leader. At the same time, they looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of gratification. If this child hadn't forcefully attacked and shattered the flute, they would have been controlled and killed their fellow comrades. Life-demanding whip. Taking advantage of the moment when the corpse demon leader was heavily injured, Ouyang Luoxue's body flashed. The fiery red whip in her hand carried endless power as it fiercely lashed towards the corpse demon leader. Crack! The fiery red whip contained an extremely strange power. When it wrapped around the corpse demon leader, it instantly shattered his body. I can't accept this. The corpse demon leader roared angrily, but it was useless. In the end, his life force dissipated and he completely died. On Boundary Mountain, the ripples of battle gradually spread out. Fang Chen and Ouyang Luoxue looked at each other and nodded lightly. Ouyang Luoxue returned to her cold appearance. She put away her whip and turned to leave. However, before she left, she said one sentence to Fang Chen. I owe you a favor. Fang Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, But Ouyang Luoshua had already left. Fang Chen couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. You don't owe me anything. The corpse demon and I cannot live under the same sky. Even without you, I would have done everything I could to kill it. Little friend. Several fallen experts descended on the ruins of Boundary Mountain and clasped their fists towards Fang Chen. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, we would have been controlled by the corpse demon again, said one of the old men with a smile. That's right. We've been dead for so many years, but the corpse demon still won't let us rest in peace. Chemph. That damn corpse demon. If I'm still alive, I'll definitely fight them to the death. This wasn't the first time Fang Chen encountered experts that died in the past. However, his heart was still shaken. Until now, he still hadn't figured out the truth. Seniors, may I ask why you appeared in this space-time? Fang Chen asked the questions in his heart. They looked at each other and then grinned. Have you discovered what's different about this spirit formation mountain? One of them asked with a mysterious smile. Fang Chen frowned. He carefully sensed but didn't discover anything. He then shook his head. Try sensing again, said another. After sensing for a long time, Fang Chen still didn't discover anything. This made him even more puzzled. This junior is slow-witted. Seniors, please guide me, Fang Chen said humbly. Haha, the Tao cannot be easily passed down. Since you were able to come to Boundary Mountain, we believe you can succeed. Boundary City, in an extremely secluded area. There were no traces of humans here. There were only a large number of powerful beasts that fought for prey. Roar. The furious roars of the beasts lingered in the air. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. Because, with just a casual glance, all the beasts were at the sector lord level. How terrifying was that? Beasts, because of their natural abilities, were much stronger than humans of the same level. The stronger the beast, the more fearful it was. Right now, these sector lord level beasts, even transcendental sector lords would be fearful of them. However, with a closer look, there was a red-robed old man at the place where the beasts gathered. The red-robed old man's expression was very strange. His eyebrows were like sharp swords, giving people a feeling of fear. There was a terrifying sword mark on his palm, as if he had been heavily injured. There was a terrifying aura emitting from his body. The beasts looked at him with fear. Hoo hoo hoo. Suddenly, a black figure shot over from afar. Roar. The beasts roared towards the sky, releasing their powerful aura to fight against the intruder. Stop. However, just as the beasts were about to attack, a reprimand sounded. Instantly, the beasts quietened down. The red-robed old man opened his eyes. After seeing who it was, he smiled. How is it? The plan failed. The person who came was the prodigy of the Devil Hand sect, 2-1 His demonic aura filled the sky and his face was filled with regret. That fellow is too strong. He's already at the transcendent realm. The plan has to be abandoned. The red-robed old man nodded. Don't worry. As long as you listen to me, I guarantee you will become the strongest person in the boundary, or even the strongest sector lord. The red-robed old man pointed at the surrounding beasts and said, they're all sector lord-level beasts. Your next mission is to spar with them. You will improve through battle, comprehend through battle, and break through your limits at the border of life and death. During this process, I won't easily make a move. You have to be prepared. Hearing this, 2-1's expression changed. The boundary of the world capital is much more complicated than you think. The red-robed old man said, do you know why the experts who died in the past would appear in this time and space? 2-1 shook his head. He had thought about it before, but he couldn't think of anything. Because, there's a pair of invisible hands behind all of this. The red-robed old man said coldly, since he gave me a chance, I naturally won't miss it. I will break out of this cage, break free from the shackles of these hands, and revive. The red-robed old man was also a fallen expert who messed up time and space. However, he was very ambitious and wasn't content with the current situation. You're very similar to me. I have high hopes for you. I hope you won't disappoint me. The red-robed old man said, 100 years is enough to change everything. You have to grab this chance. Then, the red-robed old man disappeared, leaving behind Tu Wanmore, who was filled with demonic aura. 100 years later, I, Tu Wanmore, will become the strongest sector lord in the world capital. The red-robed old man's words echoed in his ears. Tu Wanmore was filled with pride. Chapter 3170. Fang Chen's battle on Spirit Formation Mountain shocked the world. He killed until all the world overlords were terrified. They frantically fled. When they heard the name of the Heaven Heart World Overlord, they felt incomparably terrified. Other than the 5 peak experts, no one knew what level of battle had erupted on Spirit Formation Mountain. The corpse demon paid a disastrous price to sneak into the Spirit Formation. It wanted to kill the human world overlords, but in the end, it was all annihilated by Fang Chen due to a freak combination of factors. Most likely, not even in their dreams would they have imagined that the target they had been scheming to get rid of had grown to such a heaven-defying level. Unfortunately, the Spirit Formation was isolated from the outside world. The news could not be transmitted. Even if the corpse demon eventually found out about this matter, that would be in the future. The current Fang Chen, after experiencing a huge battle, began to recuperate. In order to express their gratitude to him, the several fallen experts that he had saved personally stood guard over him so that he could sense the difference on the Spirit Formation Mountain. The current Spirit Formation Mountain was in a very sorry state. On top of the mountain, there was only ruins. On top of the ruins, Fang Chen sat cross-legged. Powerful energy revolved around him. The sword runes on the surface of his skin were abnormally bright, as if they were about to leave his body. At this moment, Fang Chen closed his eyes, wholeheartedly comprehending the mysteries on Spirit Formation Mountain. The few old men looked at each other. In the end, their gazes landed on Fang Chen's body. Every time they saw Fang Chen, they would sigh and sigh endlessly. This child's potential is too monstrous. That's right. Unfortunately, he was born in the Age of Chaos. If he was born in the same era as us, he would definitely become a ruler. Even in the Age of Chaos, to be able to become a transcendent world overlord at such a young age, just this record alone is enough to surpass both ancient and modern times. If he was born in the ancient era where experts were numerous, I even feel that it is extremely possible for him to reach a level that even rulers could not touch. The few old men were full of praise for Fang Chen. That was because Fang Chen's potential was simply too monstrous. After spending a few days together, they increasingly felt that Fang Chen's future achievements were bound to be very high. Transcendent World Overlord, Emperor Realm Fleshly Body, Unparalleled Sword Tao and his primordial spirit has long reached the peak of the immortal Emperor Realm. He's only a single step away from the immortal Emperor Realm. I truly can't think of any more heaven-defying geniuses in this era. Who dares to call themselves a genius in front of him? Those so-called geniuses of the outside world are nothing but a joke in front of him. These people had a very high opinion of Fang Chen. They even believed that it would not be an exaggeration to say that Fang Chen was the strongest heavens chosen since ancient times. Such a perfect human youth, I truly hope that he will be able to comprehend the profoundness of the Spirit Formation Mountain. The grey-robed elder looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Wang. Suddenly, the sword-shaped runes on Fang Chen's body rapidly condensed into a suit of armor that completely covered Fang Chen's body. Dong dong dong. In the void, countless sword lights suddenly appeared and crazily pierced the armor, emitting crisp sounds. However, no matter how the sword lights attacked, the armor was unbreakable. Catcher. When the sword lights all shattered under the armor, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Who? He spat out a mouthful of turbid air and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. I never would have thought that I would be able to comprehend the 8th move of the unparalleled sword technique in such an environment. The unparalleled sword technique originated from the unparalleled sword Tao. As for the unparalleled sword Tao, it was a sword Tao that Fang Chen created by combining his own comprehension of the martial Tao. Previously, Fang Chen had created 7 moves. Now, he had comprehended the 8th move while comprehending the profoundness of the Spirit Formation Mountain. This 8th move shall be called the Star-Breaking Sword. The inspiration for the Star-Breaking Sword came from the Star-Concealing Sword. When he was fighting against the corpse demon in the Golden Valley, the star-concealing sword broke. In order to commemorate the star-concealing sword that had followed him throughout his life, Fang Chen gave it such a name. I'll find an opportunity to reforge the star-concealing sword, Fang Chen muttered. Before the pure-blooded rock completely dissipated, it had given him a glazed golden stone. Not only did the glazed golden stone contain the rock's movement technique, it was also an excellent material for refining weapons. If it was integrated into the star-concealing sword, it was very likely that it would allow him to step into the Emperor realm. How is it? The old men stared at Fang Chen and asked curiously. Fang Chen shrugged and said helplessly, I can vaguely feel that there's a different aura on the Spirit Formation Mountain. However, whenever I want to capture it, I can't do it. As he spoke, Fang Chen felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. There's no rush. Take your time. After all, there's plenty of time, the old men said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and prepared to continue comprehending. However, at this moment, one of the old men in a rust-colored robe asked, I can see that your sword Dao is unparalleled. Why don't I see your weapon? As a sword cultivator, the long sword never left his body. However, in the previous battle, Fang Chen only used his fingers as a sword and did not take out a long sword. This made the old man in the rust-colored robe very surprised. I was an Emperor Realm weapon refiner when I was alive. If you don't have a suitable weapon, I can help you refine one. Hearing this, Fang Chen was very surprised. He carefully looked at the old man in the rust-colored robe and vaguely felt that there was a wisp of weapon-refining aura flowing on this person's body. Of course, if one didn't observe carefully, one wouldn't be able to notice it at all. I didn't expect Senior to be an Emperor Realm weapon refiner. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said. The old man in the rust-colored robe waved his hand, so what if you're an Emperor Realm weapon refiner? In the end, you'll still be a pile of yellow soil. The other people's faces also darkened, and they all shook their heads and sighed. Yes, when they were alive, they were so glorious and respected by the world. However, they still couldn't resist the invasion of time and would still die. Could it be that only rulers can live forever? Fang Chen asked. The old men shook their heads. There is no such thing as immortality in the world. What you know is only relative and not absolute. What they were implying was that even sovereigns would fall one day. It was just that compared to ordinary martial artists, their lifespans were infinitely long. Fang Chen's heart was strongly impacted. On the path of martial arts, in addition to protecting one's family, wasn't it the pursuit of immortality? However, even rulers couldn't achieve true immortality. Then what was the point of their cultivation? As if sensing Fang Chen's emotional fluctuations, the old man in the rust-colored robe said, in fact, there are some things that can only be understood when one stands at a certain height. Rulers can't achieve immortality, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they can't directly deny immortality. Perhaps there are experts of an even higher level than rulers. This world is complicated and confusing. All we can do is cherish what we have. You have great potential and will have a chance to become a ruler in the future. If you want to pursue the mystery of immortality, you'll know when the time comes. As he spoke, the old man in the rust-colored robe gently patted Fang Chen's shoulder. Right now, what you need to do is constantly enrich yourself and improve yourself, and not bite off more than you can chew. What kind of weapon do you want? Tell me the conditions and I'll help you refine it. However, I'm a fallen person, so I can't refine an emperor-level weapon. At most, it'll be a half-step emperor. After a long time, Fang Chen recovered from his silence and took out the broken hidden star sword. Senior, this junior's weapon accidentally broke when fighting the corpse demon. I don't know if you can help me restore it. After all, the hidden star sword was a weapon that had followed him to conquer the world when he was still weak. He treated it as a combat partner and wouldn't easily give it up. Half-step emperor? No problem at all. The old man in the rust-colored robe only took a glance to confirm the level of the hidden star sword. Oh right, Fang Chen handed the star-concealing sword to the rusty-robed old man and took out the glazed golden rock. This is glazed goldstone? Seeing this, the old men cried out involuntarily. Then they gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Amazing, really amazing. You can even get your hands on a glazed goldstone. Ha ha ha, with this glazed goldstone, I'm 50% sure that I can refine it into an emperor-level weapon. For an emperor-level weapon, a 50% chance was already very high. An ordinary refiner wouldn't be able to do it. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 3171. The rusty-robed old man was once an Emperor Realm blacksmith, able to create Emperor Realm weapons with a wave of his hand. However, at that moment, he was using his dead body to refine a treasure for Fang Chen. Hence, the difficulty greatly increased. Luckily, with the glazed golden stone, his confidence greatly increased. Good, in the following time, carefully comprehend the mysteries of Boundary Mountain. I'll help you refine the weapon. At most a year, I'll definitely succeed. The rusty-robed old man smiled. In the following time, Fang Chen continued to study the mysteries of Boundary Mountain. After the earth-shattering battle, the entire world city's boundary instantly quieted down. The boundary lords who participated in the slaughter of Fang Chen, after escaping death, were left with a shadow in their hearts. They would even be terrified when they heard Fang Chen's name. Now, they were hidden everywhere, thinking of all ways to find opportunities to increase their strength. This Boundary Lord Conference would last for 100 years. And now, less than a year had passed. There was still a long time before the Boundary City closed. Time passed, leisurely passing. Some people had experienced great ups and downs, while others had been separated by life and death. In short, within the Boundary City, there would be Boundary Lords dying every day. There were also some sector lords who would rise in the face of adversity. As for Ouyang Luoxue and the other four prodigies, they had disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Fang Chen's super strength had a huge impact on them. They were doing their best to cultivate. The Boundary City was vast. Fang Chen's Boundary Mountain was just one of the many peaks. In the northwest direction of the Boundary City, there was a region called the Ocean of Death. Hua Lolo. Above the boundless ocean, there would occasionally be strong waves. Countless waves would hit the surface of the ocean, causing great tremors. Occasionally, there would also be shocking waves that would sweep across the land. The sky above the ocean was oppressive, like a bloody hell. Boom. On a nameless island in the ocean, a deafening sound suddenly broke the silence. Then, an angry roar was heard. Who are you? Hua La. A black light broke through the ground and shot into the sky. Boom. A terrifying energy spread out from his body, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. He took a step forward and stood in the air. His pitch-black eyes stared at the person in front of him. In front of him was a man in light green clothes. There was a strange smile on his face. After hiding for so long, didn't I still find you? You, the black shadow sensed a familiar aura and asked in a deep voice, are you also a candidate for the Bloodline King? You only know now. It's too late. The figure of the man in light green clothes flashed. Like a phantom, he suddenly appeared in front of the black figure. Just as the black figure was about to attack, a large hand suddenly pierced into his back in a destructive manner. Crack. The large hand penetrated his body and emerged from his chest. Fresh blood flowed out of the black silhouette's body, and the unique bloodline power within it was swiftly drained away. No, the black shadow's eyes were filled with terror as he screamed miserably. However, the man in light green clothes did not give him a chance. His bloodline power surged wildly. In an instant, the black silhouette's blood was sucked dry. He turned into a dried corpse and fell on the nameless island. Buzz. After the man in light green clothes did all this, the power in his body soared rapidly. In just a few breaths' time, his overall strength had undergone a tremendous change. Transcendent. The man in light green clothes opened his eyes and grinned. Since entering the boundary, he had killed 3 candidates for the Bloodline King. After absorbing their power, he had successfully stepped into the transcendent realm. However, this is still not enough. When he was in the Boundary City Square, he clearly felt that there were at least 5 Bloodline King's auras. Including him, there were only 4. There was still one more. After killing the last one, I will definitely become the strongest Boundary Lord. After finishing his words, his figure flashed and left the island, disappearing into the boundless ocean. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this period, the rusty-robed elder had been wholeheartedly refining the hidden star sword. His original plan was to complete it in a year's time, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. He had underestimated the hardness of the glazed golden stone. Until now, a year had passed and he still had not succeeded. Rumble. On the boundary mountain, flames soared into the sky. A hearty laugh rang through the clouds. The rusty-robed elder had not laughed like this for a long time. He was very excited. The glazed golden stone had finally been completely refined. The next time was to integrate it into the broken hidden star sword. As expected of the pure-blooded rock's lifetime comprehension. This glazed golden stone is truly a treasure for refining. One could imagine that if a thumb-sized glazed golden stone were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a bloody storm in the ancient chaos. Even those who surpassed the boundary lord level would gladly come and fight for it. Fortunately, this was the boundary of the boundary city. The outside world knew nothing about this. Merge. The rusty-robed elder opened his palm and controlled the golden liquid to continuously drill into the hidden star sword. Not far away, Fang Chen was still closing his eyes and comprehending. He had been in this state for a year. Suddenly, he felt a ripple in the void. This ripple was completely different from before. His divine sense crazily spread out, wanting to capture this completely different aura. Finally, his efforts paid off. He managed to capture it. Void source. Fang Chen saw the void source and the special aura wrapped within it. Could it be that this is the profoundness of the spirit formation mountain? His divine sense enveloped the void source. He secretly used the space-time Tao and began to seriously dissect the void source. He had a strong intuition that if he dissected the void source, he would definitely be able to discover the essence of the boundary mountain. However, this was a long process. He was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. When the 5th year arrived, the rusty-robed elder finally finished refining the hidden star sword. Rumble. The clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Thunderclouds gathered and the entire world became abnormally oppressive. A lightning dragon flashed, bringing along a powerful lightning tribulation force as it swooped down. Rumble. The sound shook the sky and the momentum was like a rainbow. However, the rusty-robed elder did not dodge. Instead, he raised the hidden star sword and faced it head-on. Crack. The sharp hidden star sword instantly cut the lightning dragon after coming into contact with it. The lightning tribulation that was incomparably terrifying to others was nothing in front of the hidden star sword. At this time, the hidden star sword had reached its peak state and there was a faint sword cry. Emperor Realm Lightning Tribulation. The other old men smiled in relief. This was the Emperor Realm Lightning Tribulation. Every time an Emperor Realm weapon was born, it would trigger a lightning tribulation. Not long after, the lightning tribulation dissipated and the sky became clear again. The rusty-robed elder held the hidden star sword in his hand and carefully looked at it. This sword has fused with the glazed golden stone. When it reached the Emperor Realm, it became indestructible and even has a trace of illusory space ability. The rusty-robed elder said. Illusory space was the ability of a pure-blooded rock. The hidden star sword had fused with the glazed golden stone and had a trace of illusory space ability. This was something he had never expected. The future of this sword is limitless. It will definitely be famous in the ancient era. Let me see. The other elders scrambled to look at the hidden star sword. After all, this was an Emperor Realm weapon made with the glazed golden stone. It was indestructible and ordinary Emperor Realm weapons could not be compared at all. A moment later, the elders exclaimed. It's simply a stroke of genius. Even if it's your work at your peak, it's not as good as this, right? The rusty-robed elder nodded. Yes, when I was alive, I was troubled by the path of refining. Now that I have fallen for countless years, I have comprehended it because of the glazed golden stone. What a pity. At this point, the rusty-robed elder sighed. Time waits for no man. By the time he comprehended it, he had already fallen. The other elders saw the rusty-robed elder so sad and hurriedly changed the topic. This sword is made with the glazed golden stone and has a trace of illusory space ability. It's not an exaggeration to call it the King of Swords. Chapter 3172. The hidden star sword had followed Fang Chen to conquer the world. The latter was born from blood and was already at the peak of the half-step martial emperor realm. It was only a step away from the martial emperor realm. Now, it had absorbed a rare treasure like the glazed golden stone and broke through to the martial emperor realm, becoming the undisputed King of Swords. Not bad, not bad. This long sword has the aura of the weapon used by the Tianyi Sword Emperor, said one of the old men with a smile. In their era, the Tianyi Sword Emperor was the undisputed Sword Emperor. His attainments in the sword Dao had reached an unimaginable level. The long sword he used was unparalleled. Countless sword cultivators regarded it as the strongest sword weapon. Although the current hidden star sword could not be compared to the weapon used by the Tianyi Sword Emperor, the potential of the hidden star sword was infinite. With the help of the glazed golden stone, it was very likely to become the strongest weapon in the future. Buzz! The hidden star sword let out a sword cry. It was very cheerful. At the same time, light flowed on the sword and sword-shaped runes were faintly discernible. A terrifying sword Dao aura spread out. Since ancient times, weapons that could be called emperor weapons had very strong self-consciousness. The hidden star sword was no exception. It had just broken through and began to protect Fang Chen. Whoosh! Whoosh! The hidden star sword left the hands of the rusty-robed old man and floated above Fang Chen's head. Rays of light surged and countless sword Dao aura poured down and drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Dong! Dong! Fang Chen's mind was greatly impacted. His body began to tremble slightly and the blood in his body was boiling. Vaguely, he caught a glimpse of that mysterious aura. Whoosh! Suddenly, Fang Chen stood up. The hidden star sword seemed to know what its master wanted to do. Its sword body shook and the tip of the sword carried a powerful force that cut through the void. Boom! Vast power erupted and a ball of grey light was exposed in front of Fang Chen. This is it. He had been comprehending the mystery of the Boundary Mountain all these years. Today, with the help of the hidden star sword, he finally caught it. He stretched out his big hand and joined hands with the star-hidden sword to encircle and suppress this mass of grey light. Got him. The grey light couldn't escape and was caught in Fang Chen's palm. Suddenly, an endless stream of information drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Have you finally comprehended it? When the old men saw this, their faces were filled with gratification as they laughed heartily. Rumble. Fang Chen opened his palm, and the grey light actually disappeared. At the same time, he was shocked to discover that the sky above Spirit Formation Mountain had split apart. A deafening sound resonated through the sky. In the crack in the void, there was a path that led to the horizon. The path was formed by a terrifying force, giving the crowd a shocking feeling. This is, Fang Chen mumbled to himself. This path contained countless powerful auras. His blood was boiling. Could this be the profoundness of the Spirit Formation Mountain? Fang Chen carefully searched through the information that had just drilled into his mind. Finally, he learned the secrets of this path. The ancient road of space-time. Vaguely, Fang Chen felt that the reason why those people from the past could appear in this space-time was because of the ancient road of space-time. Whoosh! In the distant horizon, the red-robed old man stepped on the clouds. A vast amount of power surged from his body as he rushed towards the ancient road of space-time. Stop him! When the rust-robed old man and the others saw the red-robed old man, their expressions changed drastically. They urged, quickly enter the ancient road of space-time. Rumble! The old men instantly fought with the red-robed old man. Stubborn! The red-robed old man opened his palm and pressed down. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A violent storm rose and the entire Spirit Formation Mountain was shrouded in a powerful shadow. While everyone was fighting, Tu Wanmo's aura soared. He appeared out of thin air and plunged into the ancient road of space-time. Tu Wanmo. Fang Chen recognized Tu Wanmo. At this moment, the demonic aura on Tu Wanmo's body gave off a terrifying feeling. What did he go through? Fang Chen was shocked. However, there was not much time left for him. The red-robed old man was too strong. The old men were quickly suppressed. Fang Chen originally wanted to help, but he was stopped by the rust-robed old man. Quickly go in. Don't worry about us. Fang Chen opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he stopped. In the end, he gritted his teeth and plunged into the ancient road of space-time. All of you must die. Seeing one more successfully enter the ancient road of space-time, the red-robed old man's face was ferocious. He said eerily, all of you must die. Then, an incomparably violent power surged from the red-robed old man's palms and gathered into two balls. Boom! The scarlet balls smashed into the Spirit Formation Mountain. The entire Spirit Formation Mountain was instantly destroyed. The figures of the old men were submerged in it. Crack! The red-robed old man took a step forward and chased after them. The black dagger in his hand gently slashed and the old men were completely killed. Whoosh! The red-robed old man glanced at the ancient road of space-time that was about to close and entered it. However, even he didn't notice that when the ancient road of space-time was about to close, a hidden figure had entered it. The Spirit Formation Mountain was destroyed. A terrifying storm swept through the entire Spirit Formation Mountain. Countless world lords who were in seclusion came out. What happened? Why is the Spirit Formation Mountain shaking? Could it be that someone broke through to the World King level? Impossible. How can it be so easy to break through to the World King level? A treasure must have appeared. The shaking came from the Spirit Formation Mountain. Let's go and take a look. In an instant, world lords from all over headed towards the Spirit Formation Mountain. However, when they saw the Spirit Formation Mountain from afar, they were completely stunned. The Spirit Formation Mountain was destroyed. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. What was going on? Why was the Spirit Formation Mountain in ruins? Why was it destroyed? Who did it? Many world lords shook their heads. Their faces were pale. This was because a name appeared in their minds. Let's go. Thinking of the Skyheart World Lord, they didn't say anything and hurriedly left. They were afraid that they would be killed by him. Hoo. A moment later, all the world lords had left. Only the ruined Spirit Formation Mountain remained standing on the plains. Shio. After an unknown amount of time, 4 figures came from 4 different directions. What happened? Shinshan School's Blazeheart World Lord was shocked when he saw the Spirit Formation Mountain destroyed. A shocking battle happened here. Could there be another transcendent World Lord besides us? Jinglang World Lord asked. Ouyang Luoshue's beautiful eyes flashed. She stared at the ruins in front of her and fell into deep thought. Merciless World Lord emitted a gloomy aura and poisonous gas surrounded him. His voice was hoarse as he said, with such a huge commotion, it's impossible for one more to not know. However, among the 5 of us, only he didn't come. You're saying that the person who fought with Skyheart World Lord was one more? Jinglang World Lord asked with wide eyes. Very likely. Blazeheart Realm Lord muttered, I've interacted with one more a few times. This person is very shrewd and gives off a very dangerous feeling. The destruction of Boundary Mountain this time is most likely due to his battle with Skyheart Realm Lord. As for the reason for the battle, I guess there are 2 possibilities. First, it's a personal grudge between them. Second, they discovered the secret of Spirit Formation Mountain at the same time and fought over it. Although the other 3 didn't say anything, they tacitly agreed with the second possibility mentioned by Blazeheart Realm Lord. Then where are they? Jinglang World Lord asked. Blazeheart World Lord spread out his divine sense and searched carefully, but he didn't find anything. Maybe there's a secret treasure on Spirit Formation Mountain. They entered it and were isolated from the outside world. Then what should we do? Jinglang World Lord continued to ask. It's extremely difficult to find the secret treasure, but we can't give up. After speaking, Blazeheart World Lord jumped and stood on the ruins of Spirit Formation Mountain, searching for the entrance. Jinglang World Lord and Merciless World Lord also came to the ruins. They didn't want to miss any chance. Only Ouyang Luoshua nodded lightly and turned to leave. Under the setting sun, her slender figure looked even more beautiful. Interesting fellow. Ouyang Luoshua's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. Chapter 3173. The Ancient Road of Spacetime. The vast spacetime aura filled the entire ancient road. Fang Chen was on the ancient road and felt the power in his body erupting. His understanding of spacetime was getting deeper and deeper. He took a deep breath and tried his best to stabilize the shock in his heart. He looked around and carefully observed his surroundings. "This is the ancient road of spacetime?" Fang Chen muttered. In his mind, there was information about the ancient road of spacetime. "I didn't expect that ball of grey light to be the key to opening the ancient road of spacetime," Fang Chen said. The mystery of Boundary Mountain was on the ancient road of spacetime. Who was it that created such a majestic ancient road of spacetime? It's really amazing. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. His attainments in spacetime were already very strong. However, in front of the creator of the ancient road of spacetime, it was insignificant. Back then, in the galaxy universe, the bone progenitor created the spacetime Tao. After that, Fang Chen developed it. Now, Fang Chen's understanding of spacetime had reached a very high level. In terms of control of spacetime, no one could compare to him among the sector lords. However, after coming to the ancient road of spacetime, Fang Chen finally understood. In fact, spacetime wasn't the only Tao. The spacetime Tao that he and the bone progenitor cultivated was only one of the true great Tao of spacetime. The ancient road of spacetime contains many types of spacetime Tao. It's the closest to the great Tao of spacetime. The person who created it is at least an unparalleled expert like the reincarnation sword emperor, Fang Chen said softly. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen began to move forward. The ancient road of spacetime was vast and boundless. Fang Chen walked on it as if he was in the starry sky. The stars twinkled and streaked past him. He wanted to touch it with his hand, but he couldn't. 3 days later, Fang Chen stopped on the ancient road of spacetime because he discovered a star in front of him. The spacetime aura on this star was exactly the same as his spacetime Tao. Whoosh! Fang Chen leaped and arrived on the star. He knew that this was not a true star, but something that the master of the ancient road of spacetime had used some powerful method to create. Wang! Inside the star, the spacetime power within Fang Chen's body suddenly erupted and merged with the spacetime aura of the star. Dong dong dong! At that instant, Fang Chen's comprehension of the spacetime Tao improved once again. The star-hidden sword suddenly trembled. Fang Chen held the sword hilt and a familiar aura drilled into his body. Glazed goldstone. Fang Chen felt the aura of the glazed golden stone. But soon, his heart trembled. That is, the Great Rock Movement technique. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. He didn't expect to obtain the Great Rock Movement technique in such an environment and in such a way. In his mind, the rock spread its wings and soared. Every time it flapped its wings, there was a strong rhythm. Fang Chen was stunned. The Great Rock Movement technique was the strongest movement technique of the Great Rock clan. It was fused with the spacetime Tao and was known as the fastest movement technique in the world. And now, it was fully displayed in his mind. So that's how it is. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the Great Rock Movement technique. In the star, the spacetime aura crazily poured into Fang Chen's body as if it was going to burst his body. Somewhere in the starry sky ancient path. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. The Bloodline King candidate stood on a star and laughed crazily. This star was filled with death chi and a scarlet aura permeated the entire star. As long as I devour all the death chi in this star, I can become the strongest sector lord and even reach an even higher level. He seemed to have seen himself in the future and was very excited. Boom! All of a sudden, a heavy punch came whistling through the air. With a bang, the Bloodline King candidate was caught off guard and his body was sent flying. Fortunately, his physical defense was extremely strong and he only suffered a light injury. Who are you? The Bloodline King candidate stared at the person and said coldly, I want this star. If you want to live, get lost. Tu Wanmore's attitude was very arrogant and did not put the Bloodline King candidate in his eyes. Hearing this, the latter laughed eerily. It has been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like this. You are not bad. As he spoke, blood chi gushed out from the Bloodline King candidate's body and countless unique bloodline powers appeared crazily. I have yet to meet an opponent in the same realm. You want me to get lost with just you? The Bloodline King candidate scolded. He grabbed with his hand and the blood ball formed by the bloodline power smashed towards 2-1 more. Worship of 10,000 demons. 2-1 more roared and demonic aura filled the sky. He held the sky demon steel fork and pierced towards the blood ball like a demon god. Dong. The blood ball exploded and the bloodline power rushed into the sky demon steel fork. However, 2-1 more shook his wrist and the bloodline power was forced out. Your bloodline power is very strong. Unfortunately, I am no longer the 2-1 more of the past. As he spoke, 2-1 more walked step by step towards the Bloodline King candidate. He licked his dry lips. I will kill you and sacrifice you to my sky demon steel fork. Let's go. The Bloodline King candidate seemed to have noticed something and a tinge of fear flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed and left the star. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His figure disappeared as soon as he entered the ancient road of space-time. You escaped quickly. 2-1 more said coldly. Then he raised the sky demon steel fork and stabbed it down with all his strength. Dong, 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 dong. The star shook and all the deathly aura gathered on the sky demon steel fork. A moment later, cracks appeared on the star and the deathly aura disappeared. 2-1 more pulled out the sky demon steel fork and entered the ancient road of spacetime. Next star. Not long after he left, the star could no longer support it and shattered. The ancient road of spacetime trembled. The ancient road of spacetime was mysterious. A few days later, Fang Chen opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. The rock movement technique is indeed profound. He had already comprehended the foundation of the rock movement technique. If he wanted to go further, he needed an opportunity. As for the spacetime aura on the star, it had been completely absorbed. It's time to leave. Fang Chen took a step forward and entered the ancient road of spacetime. Along the way, Fang Chen discovered many stars. The energy contained in each star was completely different from the others. It was as if these stars were created for the martial artists who stepped into the ancient road of spacetime. In the following time, Fang Chen found a few similar stars and continued to comprehend the rock movement technique and absorb the spacetime aura. Finally, half a year later, he found the convergence point of the rock movement technique and the Tao of spacetime. I see. On a barren star, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. As long as I have time, I will definitely be able to completely integrate the rock movement technique and the Tao of spacetime. Fang Chen said confidently. Let's test the speed of the rock movement technique first. The rock movement technique was activated and Fang Chen's body disappeared into the void with a whoosh. In the next second, he appeared on the other side of the star. What a fast speed. My initial estimation is that it has at least doubled my previous speed, Fang Chen said. Moreover, when Fang Chen was experimenting with the rock movement technique, he also discovered some other mysteries. For example, traveling through spacetime was even sharper. There was almost no obstruction and it was easy to travel through spacetime. Moreover, it saved more energy in the body. Overall, the advantage of the rock movement technique was too obvious. With my current speed, I'm afraid no one among the sector lords can catch up with me, right? Fang Chen muttered. Of course, nothing was absolute. Although he was confident in his speed, he still had to be careful. Some special treasures or special environments might limit one's speed advantage. I vaguely feel that at the end of the ancient road of spacetime, there is a shocking secret waiting for me to uncover. Retracting his aura, Fang Chen returned to the ancient road of spacetime. He looked at the endless front and muttered, I have to familiarize myself with the ancient road of spacetime as soon as possible. Along the way, I will comprehend the rock movement technique and increase my strength. No matter the time, being strong was the most important. Starlight flickered and the stars rotated, making the ancient road of spacetime less lonely. Fang Chen shuttled through it and moved forward quickly. One day, he sensed a unique aura, and he was shocked. Bloodline King candidate. Fang Chen muttered, I didn't expect him to enter the ancient road of spacetime too. Chapter 3174. The ancient road of time and space, the stars moved. Standing on the ancient road was like standing in an endless space and time. The majestic aura of space and time was everywhere. Every inch of space contained a completely different aura of space and time. If one could cultivate here for a long time, it would be like heaven for a spacetime martial artist. Now, although Fang Chen hadn't been on the ancient road of time and space for long, his comprehension of the Tao of space and time had risen to another level. If he could completely fuse the rock movement technique with his own Tao of space and time, his speed would rise to the limit. Even if he encountered a World King powerhouse, he would have nothing to fear. But right now, Fang Chen had many things to do. First, he had to deal with the crisis in front of him. Hoo. On the distant ancient road of time and space, a black shadow rapidly shuttled through space and time. In the blink of an eye, it was only 10 feet away from Fang Chen. His body exuded a powerful aura. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. "You're the only one left." The first words he said after arriving shocked Fang Chen. Soon, Fang Chen understood what he meant. That day, in the square of the world capital, he had felt the aura of several bloodline king candidates. But now, this person said that he was the only one left. Then, there was only one possibility, and that was that he had already killed everyone else. The only candidate for bloodline king is me. No one else is worthy or qualified to obtain the power of the bloodline king. The black shadow coldly said. His face was full of ridicule, as if he didn't place Fang Chen in his eyes at all. Dong. At the same time, he stamped his foot and the entire ancient road of time and space trembled. A terrifying aura instantly filled the air. He was using his aura to suppress Fang Chen. Catcher. Sword-shaped runes flashed around Fang Chen's body, directly dispersing the oppressive aura. Is this little trick interesting? Fang Chen shrugged. Humph. The black shadow coldly snorted, killing intent surging. I'm curious, where do you get the courage to be so calm? Is it only because you've become a transcendent? At this point, the black figure licked his dry lips and revealed a sinister look. Before you, those guys were also transcendents. However, they still died in my hands in the end. Do you think you'll be lucky enough to escape? What's the point of saying all this? As the inheritors of the bloodline king, you and I should know that we cannot coexist. Fang Chen muttered, originally, I didn't plan to meet you so soon, but I didn't expect you to come to me yourself. How pretentious. When he saw Fang Chen's arrogant attitude, the black figure's face darkened completely. Voila! He spread out his large hands and suddenly slapped towards Fang Chen. Boundless bloodline power quickly condensed into a palm print, causing the ancient road of time and space to tremble. You have the power of a bloodline monarch. Do you think I don't? Fang Chen stood quietly, with a special bloodline circling around his body. His Emperor Realm defense was fully activated, allowing the terrifying palm print to hit his body. However, his body was not injured at all. Even his clothes did not show any signs of damage. This scene caused the black figure's pupils to shrink and he cried out involuntarily. Emperor Realm physical body? The mocking look on his face completely disappeared and was replaced with a solemn look. He could not imagine that this guy in front of him had cultivated his physical body to the Emperor Realm. How much potential did this require? He took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. The Emperor Realm physical body was too powerful. It would be difficult to kill this guy. I have to admit that you're the strongest candidate I've ever seen. The black figure said, however, the final victory will still belong to me. Boom. The black figure completely released his extraordinary strength and his attack power reached the strongest. Whoosh. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and a loud sword cry resounded through the sky. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and gently swung it. I haven't used this sword move since I created it. Let's test it on you. After that, he fully displayed the 8th move of the invincible sword art, the star-breaking sword. Whoosh. Fang Chen's figure was like a breeze, shuttling through the ancient road of time and space. The black figure could not catch a trace of Fang Chen at all. Damn it. The black figure clenched his fists and roared in anger. So what if you're fast? The black figure's fists punched out crazily. This piece of heaven and earth was torn apart. He wanted to force Fang Chen out with absolute strength. However, he did not know that Fang Chen was using the legendary Great Rock Movement technique, the most powerful movement technique of the pure-blooded Great Rocks from the ancient times. Although he had not fully comprehended it, there were not many people in the Realm City who could catch up with him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure was constantly flickering and the hidden star sword was constantly changing along with his body. In just a breath's time, dense sword light appeared on the ancient road of time and space. These sword light gathered together and emitted a dazzling light. Starlight flickered and intertwined with the sword light. The hidden star sword bore the brunt and rushed toward the black figure with endless sword light. Get lost. The black figure was furious and suddenly punched out. Crack. However, his defense was vulnerable in front of the hidden star sword. The star-breaking sword was too powerful. In just one exchange, the black figure was shrouded by the dense sword light and let out a miserable cry. Boom! All of the sword lights suddenly shattered, and a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Bang! Half of the black figure's body was destroyed by the hidden star sword. The remaining half of his body spurted out blood, his face was pale and his breath was weak. Ah! The black figure roared to the sky and his heart was filled with unwillingness. However, he knew that Fang Chen's strength was too strong and exceeded his expectations. Run. As long as there's life, there's hope. The black shadow was terrified and wanted to escape. Trying to escape. The remaining power of the star-breaking sword was still there. Fang Chen tiptoed and held the hidden star sword in his hand and performed the star-breaking sword again. Poochie. Although the black figure tried to dodge, he still couldn't resist the attack of the sword light. The dazzling sword light instantly sank into the black figure's body. In the next second, half of the black figure's body directly exploded and flesh and blood splattered. His primordial spirit light cluster desperately tried to escape. If I let you escape right under my nose, how am I going to survive in the future? Fang Chen performed the rock body technique and his speed soared to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the black figure's primordial spirit light cluster. Time, stop. Fang Chen said softly. In an instant, the entire time and space completely stopped. However, at this critical moment, a strong storm suddenly blew on the ancient road of time and space. The black figure's primordial spirit light cluster disappeared into it. Dong. Fang Chen's iron fist whistled through the air, but it hit nothing. The spatial storm dissipated in the blink of an eye. Damn it. Fang Chen looked at the disappearing spatial storm and cursed. However, he quickly recovered his mood. The primordial spirit light cluster that entered the spatial storm was a dead end. Whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen opened his palm and sucked the black figure's flesh and blood to his side. Then, he absorbed all the bloodline power in the flesh and blood into his body. Whoosh. In the flesh and blood of the black figure, Fang Chen found a blood-red bead. Bloodline bead. Fang Chen could feel that this blood-red bead contained an extremely powerful bloodline power. It seemed that all the bloodline power that the black figure had absorbed before was nurtured in it. Then, he absorbed the bloodline bead into his body. Suddenly, all the bloodline power in his body rushed into the bloodline bead. Then, his aura skyrocketed and his strength soared. Bloodline King, Fang Chen murmured with a deep look in his eyes. The more he absorbed the bloodline power, the more Fang Chen felt the terror of the Bloodline King. What is he planning? Why did he choose so many candidates? Fang Chen racked his brains. He had only absorbed a small amount of bloodline power, but his blood had undergone such a huge change. He was extremely shocked. Sitting cross-legged, Fang Chen began to refine the bloodline power. The ancient road of time and space returned to normal. It did not change because of the previous battle. The endless ancient road of time and space was filled with grey mist, as if he was in a fairyland. The aura of time and space filled the entire sky. Fang Chen's body was filled with blood-red aura. Each aura represented a bloodline power. These bloodline powers gathered together to form the strongest bloodline power, which was the power of the bloodline king. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black hole bloodline power was fully opened, forming a devouring black hole. It swallowed the bloodline bead and began to refine it. A few hours later, Fang Chen retracted his aura and slowly opened his eyes. Bloodline power is really mysterious. There were countless types of bloodline powers in the world. The bloodline king was able to gather them all together to form a brand new power. This method was definitely unprecedented. The current me is almost invincible among the transcendents. Fang Chen murmured, bloodline power, Emperor Realm physique, Emperor Realm hidden star sword and invincible sword techniques. If I were to use my full strength, ordinary transcendents would be instantly killed by me. The current him could be considered to have a foothold in the northern region. At the same time, he was curious. When he absorbed all the bloodline power of the candidates and became the only candidate, how strong would he be? He did not dare to imagine. Let's explore the ancient road of time and find the truth of the chaotic time and space. Fang Chen took a step forward and entered the depths of the ancient road of time and space. On a remote star on the ancient road of time and space. This place was desolate and the star had long been destroyed. A ball of Yuan spirit light floated in the star. Damned bastard. He destroyed my body, broke my cultivation, and stole my power. This is a hatred that will not rest until one of us is dead. The black figure roared in anger, one day, I will personally kill you. Not only you, but also your wife and daughter, your family and friends. They will all die. The black figure's heart was filled with unprecedented anger. Fang Chen's attack destroyed his tens of thousands of years of hard work. Chapter 3175. In the ancient road of time and space, a figure was looming and moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was submerged in the thick fog. It had been a few months since Fang Chen had entered this place. During this period, he had gained a lot. Especially his attainments in the Tao of time and space, which had reached the peak of perfection. One day, Fang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. He frowned slightly as he stared ahead. The immortal star core in his body was trembling slightly. A trace of immortal star power was automatically released and disappeared into the void. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little surprised. Could there be immortal star power in the ancient road of time and space? Under normal circumstances, the immortal star core was in a static state and would not be disturbed by the outside world. There was only one possibility for this to happen, which was that there was immortal star power in front of the ancient road of time and space. Has the immortal emperor been here before? Fang Chen was even more confused. Let's go. Fang Chen stomped his feet and performed the rock body movement, moving forward quickly. At the same time, he also felt that the immortal star core was unusually active. In the void, there was a trace of immortal star power vaguely guiding Fang Chen forward. Whoosh, whoosh. The essence of the rock body movement was speed. Fang Chen stepped on the star-hidden sword and integrated the power of the glazed golden stone into the rock body movement. His speed rapidly increased by 30%. Shadows were left on the ancient road of time and space. Half a month later, Fang Chen saw an ancient castle, which was surrounded by dazzling gold and jade, surrounded by the aura of space-time. Outside of the castle were numerous stars that protected it. What's that? Fang Chen frowned as he stared at the castle. He could feel that there was a strong power in the castle. Buzz. At this moment, the immortal star core was completely agitated. Whoosh. 5 immortal star cores were separated from Fang Chen's body and suspended above his head. Dong. 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 The violent immortal star power condensed into a star power spear, carrying a strong storm and fiercely rushing toward the golden castle. Crack. When the astral power spear hit the golden castle, it was blocked by a layer of ripples. Hiss hiss hiss. Sparks flew in all directions as the two of them intertwined, constantly consuming each other's energy. In the end, the astral spear shattered, and the defensive power of the castle was greatly reduced. Fang Chen looked into the distance and vaguely saw the scene inside the ancient castle. Instantly, he was tongue-tied. Inside the castle, there was a thick scepter that emitted a bright light. This was the immortal scepter that had once helped Fang Chen stop his enemies. Scepter of Immortality. Fang Chen cried out. He had been searching for the immortal scepter ever since he came out of the mysterious space. But alas, they had never been able to find it. In fact, they couldn't even find a single trace of it. He had once suspected that the immortal scepter had been broken or suppressed by someone. Why is it here? Fang Chen tried to communicate with the immortal scepter, but to no avail. It seems that the Golden Castle is blocking the aura outside the ancient road of spacetime. Fang Chen murmured. At the same time, Fang Chen also understood that the immortal star cores had acted strangely because they had sensed the presence of the immortal scepter. What's in the Golden Castle? On the vast ancient road of spacetime, there stood a golden castle. This ancient castle looked abnormally demonic. Could it be built by the creator of the ancient road of spacetime? Fang Chen slowly walked to the front of the golden castle. The 5 immortal star cores above his head emitted a terrifying power. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and activated his Emperor Realm strength, performing the 8th move of the invincible sword art, Star-Breaking Sword. Swoosh! A cold light illuminated the sky. A terrifying sword light burst out from the tip of the hidden star sword, causing people to tremble. Catcher! The violent immortal star force was completely integrated into the sword light, and its power reached its peak. This sword could kill a transcendent sector lord, and one could imagine how powerful its attack was. Dong dong dong! The sword light fiercely hit the Golden Castle, and with an unstoppable force, it broke through the defenses of the Golden Castle and stabbed into the metallic walls of the castle. The entire Golden Castle trembled violently. Within the castle, the immortal scepter also noticed this scene. Through the cracks of the Golden Castle, it sensed Fang Chen's aura. Whoosh! The immortal scepter turned into a ray of light and rushed to the front of the Golden Castle. Catcher! The immortal scepter hit the switch, and with a creak, the Golden Castle's door opened. Come in quickly. The immortal scepter's voice sounded from within. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then he leaped and entered the Golden Castle. Dong! In just a breath's time, the Golden Castle closed again. Fang Chen looked at the immortal scepter and asked curiously, "That day, after you blocked the enemy for me, where did you go? Why did you appear in the ancient road of spacetime?" Hearing this, the immortal scepter said, "I don't know. That day, when I blocked the enemy and was injured, I was smashed into the ground. I don't know what mechanism I triggered, but I inexplicably came here. This castle is very strange. There are restrictions everywhere, and my range of movement is very small. In the past few days, I found the mechanism to open the Golden Castle's door." The immortal scepter said. "What did you find?" Fang Chen nodded and then asked. "Those powerhouses who were wandering in the boundary and died in the past walked out of the Golden Castle." The immortal scepter said. "Come with me." While speaking, the immortal scepter brought Fang Chen to a square. In the center of the square, there was a black altar. "Do you see it? That black altar is the source," the immortal scepter said. The moment Fang Chen saw the black altar, his body froze. Around the black altar, spacetime was chaotic, and the origin was reversed. It was the first time he had seen such a strange place. So powerful. Sensing carefully, Fang Chen could not help but exclaim, "Don't get close to the black altar." Seeing that Fang Chen was about to walk over, the immortal scepter stopped him and said, "I wanted to explore before, but every time I got close to the black altar, I would fall into the chaotic spacetime. I even saw a corner of the ancient battle of gods in the chaotic spacetime." "What?" Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. His eyes widened, and his heart was full of waves. In the chaotic spacetime, he actually saw a corner of the ancient battle of gods. If your mind is not firm enough, it is very likely that you will get lost in the chaotic spacetime. The immortal scepter continued. Dong dong dong. The power in Fang Chen's body suddenly vibrated rhythmically. Fang Chen found that the hidden star sword also seemed to have a strange movement. This was the power of the glazed golden stone. "Do you want me to enter the chaotic spacetime?" Fang Chen looked at the hidden star sword and asked. The hidden star sword let out a sword cry, as if responding to Fang Chen. He knew that this was a wisp of the pure-blooded rock's obsession. Okay, I'll go and have a look. After saying that, Fang Chen took a step forward and came to the black altar. Suddenly, the sound of ghosts crying and gods howling filled his ears. Fang Chen felt that the world was spinning, as if he was in the reincarnation sword shuttle. It's a bit similar to the world of samsara. Fang Chen whispered, but after sensing it carefully, he still found that there was a little difference. The chaotic spacetime was obviously a level higher than the world of samsara. After an unknown period of time, Fang Chen appeared on a barren continent. The flames of war were everywhere, and there was endless smoke. The whole continent was plunged into misery and suffering, and blood flowed like rivers. After seeing this scene, he was greatly shocked. Boom! Suddenly, a demonic beast appeared in the sky. It flapped its wings, and the whole continent was trembling. Die! The next moment, a black shadow roared. With a saber in his hand, he cut through the sky and hacked at the demonic beast's wings. Crack! The rock's wings were cut off, and blood spurted out. It dragged its seriously injured body and desperately resisted. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. After saying that, the rock burned its blood essence, and its whole body turned into a sea of fire, burning the sky red. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The black shadow held the saber in his hand and attacked again. Every time he waved the saber, it would increase the rock's injuries. After waving the saber 9 times in a row, the rock's body was directly crippled. Poochie. The rock dragged its broken body and launched the last attack. The next moment, the continent trembled, and Fang Chen's vision turned black, and he returned to reality. Phew. He breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly withdrew from the black altar. Could it be that the rock is the pure-blooded rock in the enchantment? Chapter 3176. Time and space were in disorder, and Fang Chen saw a corner of the past. Moreover, it was a battle between a pure-blooded rock and a mysterious enemy. That battle was extremely tragic, and the entire continent was destroyed. He even wondered if the pure-blooded rock had fallen in that era. In the hidden star sword, the power of the glazed golden stone was constantly surging, and it seemed to be a little unstable. Dong dong dong. A series of shocking sounds sounded in Fang Chen's mind. Suddenly, a series of images appeared in his mind. These images were the tragic battle that he had just seen in the chaotic time and space. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Fang Chen noticed that something was wrong. Immediately, his pupils shrank, and he stared straight at the pure-blooded rock's battle scene. His trajectory. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. His body trembled, and he was stunned on the spot. Every time the pure-blooded rock's body turned, there was a very strange route. And this route just gave Fang Chen a sense of déjà vu. Thinking carefully, wasn't this the rock's movement technique? Thinking of this, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and inserted the hidden star sword in front of him. The aura of the glazed golden stone emerged and quickly drilled into his body. Guard me. Before Fang Chen closed his eyes, he transmitted his voice to the immortal scepter. The latter stood in front of the hidden star sword. Don't worry. Fang Chen's palm was constantly gesturing, and the trajectory of the pure-blooded rock flashed in his mind. Every shift made Fang Chen feel very shocked. The rock's aura surrounded Fang Chen's body. Time passed by minute, and Fang Chen's comprehension of the rock's movement technique was constantly improving. Outside the golden castle. Suddenly, a mass of black aura appeared on the grey and foggy spacetime ancient road. Taking a closer look, it was the primordial spirit light mass of the bloodline monarch candidate. After the battle with Fang Chen, his physical body was shattered, and his soul fled in panic. If he hadn't paid a sufficient price, how could he have escaped so easily? In the past few days, he had been walking the ancient path of spacetime in fear. He was constantly worried that his soul would be destroyed. Today, he suddenly discovered the golden castle. What is this? The bloodline king candidate was extremely excited. At the end of the ancient road of time and space stood a golden castle. Perhaps this castle contained some heaven-shaking secret. At the thought of this, he manipulated his primordial spirit light cluster and quickly approached the golden castle. However, At that instant, the space was torn apart, followed by a tremendous demonic aura. Dong. More's feet stomped heavily on the ancient path of time and space. The entire sky seemed to tremble. The stars around the golden castle also collided with each other heavily. A mere essence soul dares to enter the ancient path of space-time? More's aura had undergone a completely different change. An unprecedented amount of demonic aura gathered on his body. In the stars of the ancient path of time and space, he had found the demonic inheritance left behind by a peerless demonic cultivator from the ancient times. After inheriting the demonic inheritance, his strength had become even more powerful. Now, he had condensed a demonic heart and was considered a true demonic cultivator. This golden castle belongs to me, More. As soon as he finished speaking, More stretched out his hand and grabbed the primordial spirit light mass of the bloodline monarch candidate. Struggling? Looking at the struggling primordial spirit light mass in his palm, More sneered and crushed it with his palm. No, I am the bloodline monarch candidate. If you let me go, I can teach you the bloodline monarch's unique skill. At such a critical moment, he couldn't care less. He had to save his life first. Bloodline monarch? Hearing this, More's eyes narrowed, and his body trembled slightly. Immediately, a look of greed appeared in his eyes. The bloodline monarch candidate. He stared at the primordial spirit light mass, and a terrifying demonic aura appeared around him. It formed a huge whirlpool and pulled the primordial spirit light mass into the whirlpool. What are you trying to do? Seeing this, the bloodline monarch candidate exclaimed. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from More's grasp. It is said that the bloodline monarch relied on his powerful bloodline power to reach the peak. Anyone who could obtain his bloodline power would possess powerful strength. Since you are the bloodline monarch candidate, you must have a powerful bloodline power flowing in your body, right? Speaking of this, More smiled eerily. Ever since he had condensed a demonic heart, More's heart had become even darker. In his world, as long as he could increase his strength, he would do anything. Wang. The demonic aura whirlpool closed instantly, and the primordial spirit light mass was absorbed by More. In his mind, the primordial spirit of the bloodline monarch candidate was still struggling, but it was soon suppressed by him. Wang. A large amount of information appeared in his mind. After a while, More smiled eerily, and a strange smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect World Lord Skyheart to be a bloodline monarch candidate, and his strength has reached such a level. More said in a deep voice, however, as long as you have not stepped into the realm of World King, I, More, have a way to kill you. Bang! More stomped his feet, and the bloodline power in his body surged. The entire sky became incomparably oppressive. His body was covered with a scarlet aura. The bloodline monarch candidate's strength was completely absorbed by him. As expected of the bloodline monarch's strength. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and it has such a powerful strength. If I can kill World Lord Skyheart and absorb his complete strength, my strength will definitely increase. Even if I don't break through to the realm of World King, I will be able to dominate the realm of World Lords. Not long after, More completely controlled the bloodline power of the bloodline monarch candidate. At this time, he slowly raised his head, and his gaze fell on the golden castle. Don't worry, you and I have a common enemy. I will help you take revenge. As More's voice fell, the struggle in his primordial spirit instantly disappeared. The bloodline monarch candidate had completely disappeared from this world. He never dreamed that he would die in the hands of another bloodline monarch candidate, but in the hands of More. As More approached the golden castle, he could feel a powerful seal. Watch me break it with a punch. More clenched his fist, and a monstrous demonic aura revolved around him as he punched out. Dong. The golden castle trembled and swayed. A crack appeared on the seal. Go in. More's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the crack. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly felt a terrifying power surging out from the crack. Hoo. More's figure was forced back. After stabilizing himself, More's black eyes stared at the golden castle. There's someone in the castle. Tu Wanmore's voice was hoarse, and his face was extremely gloomy. That aura just now, although it wasn't strong, it gave me a sense of unease. Who is in the golden castle? Tu Wanmore thought to himself. Could it be him? He thought of the red-robed old man, but soon he shook his head and rejected this idea. If it was the red-robed old man, he definitely wouldn't stop him. Temph, I don't believe that you can stop me for long. After thinking for a moment, Tu Wanmore launched a frenzied attack. At this time, in the Golden Castle, a mysterious power floated around Fang Chen, and there were many rock shadows formed by the power of spacetime revolving around him. The immortal scepter was a little anxious. Tu Wanmore is attacking the Golden Castle, and the seal is loosening. It's taking too long, and I can't stop him. In just one exchange, the immortal scepter could feel that Tu Wanmore had completely demonized. He must have received the inheritance of an unparalleled demon emperor, and formed a demon heart to demonize, the immortal scepter said. He glanced at Fang Chen, who was still comprehending. Immortal heaven and earth, seal the heavens. The immortal scepter made a crazy decision, and it instantly expanded, standing in front of the Golden Castle's gate. At the same time, it burned its origin energy to block Tu Wanmore's attack. Buzz! At this moment, a loud and clear sword chime resounded throughout the ancient castle. Swoosh! A dazzling sword light whizzed, and the hidden star sword floated in front of the immortal scepter. Master is cultivating, and he can't be disturbed. I'll fight with you, the hidden star sword said. All right. The two emperor weapons worked together to stop the enemy, and the shaking of the Golden Castle gradually stabilized. The dazzling sword light and the immortal star force intertwined, forming a huge seal that covered the Golden Castle's gate, firmly sealing it. Chapter 3177. Sword chi and immortal star power intertwined, forming a golden cage that was engraved on the door of the Golden Castle, blocking Tu Wanmore's attack. Damn it! Tu Wanmore punched out, and the terrifying power hit the castle door, shaking the spacetime ancient path. You want to stop me? Suddenly, demonic chi surged out of Tu Wanmore's body. He stomped his foot, and his slender figure stood in front of the Golden Castle like a demon god. A long time ago, Tu Wanmore didn't have this name. According to his words, his goal was to kill all the demons in the world. But now, he had fallen into the demon Dao. Wang. Inside his body, a demon heart formed entirely by demon chi floated out. Tu Wanmore opened his palm, and the demon heart landed in his palm. In an instant, the sky changed color, and the castle shook. The most important and fundamental thing for a demonic cultivator was the legendary demon heart. Once a demonic cultivator could form a demon heart, they would leave the ordinary demonic cultivator and become a noble saint demonic cultivator. Tu Wanmore held the demon heart in his hand, and vast power surged out. He clenched his fist and stepped out, arriving in front of the castle door. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, as if the end of the world had arrived. When the power in his fist had accumulated to a certain extent, he suddenly punched out. Boom! A pitch-black demonic chi enveloped his entire fist. When his fist collided with the castle's gate, the terrifying demonic heart released a powerful corrosive power. Hiss! Even the gate of the castle, which was so strong, was actually corroded into a terrifying crack. The star-concealing sword and immortal scepter behind the castle door quickly retreated. Demon heart! The immortal scepter muttered, and its aura was very heavy. As a weapon that had followed the immortal emperor to battle, it had seen countless demonic cultivators. However, every saint demonic cultivator with a demon heart was extremely terrifying. Boom! Just as the two weapons were thinking, the castle door was blasted open, and Tu Wanmore arrived. Emperor weapon! After seeing the star-concealing sword, Tu Wanmore's eyes were filled with greed. He licked his dry lips and said in a gloomy voice, I didn't expect to encounter an imperial weapon the moment I entered the ancient castle. This ancient castle is indeed mysterious. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw the immortal scepter. His body trembled, his eyes widened, and he was tongue-tied. Is it also an imperial weapon? Tu Wanmore cried out involuntarily. A monarch weapon was enough to cause an uproar in the outside world. However, at that moment, The two imperial armaments before him were actually two imperial armaments. Furthermore, he was able to clearly sense that those two imperial armaments were filled with boundless power. It must be the personal weapon of an ancient expert. At the thought of this, Tu Wanmore laughed eerily. He stretched out his hand and a monstrous demonic aura shot up into the sky, covering the entire golden castle. Suppress. He wanted to obtain the two imperial armaments. Thus, he decided to suppress them directly. Of course, he also knew that monarch armaments possessed intelligence. The slightest bit of carelessness would allow them to escape. Therefore, he directly activated his demonic heart and used the strongest demonic power to suppress the immortal scepter and the hidden star sword. Wang. The hidden star sword released a powerful sword chi, while the immortal scepter released the immortal star power. However, weapons were ultimately weapons. If there was no one controlling them, their offensive power wouldn't be enough to defeat a transcendent world lord. Very easily, Tu Wanmore suppressed them. What do we do now? The hidden star sword asked. He has a demonic heart. There's nothing we can do. The immortal scepter said helplessly. At this moment, Fang Chen was still sitting cross-legged. His body was filled with space-time aura. He was comprehending the Great Rock Movement technique and fusing space-time Dao. Catcher. Although the immortal scepter and hidden star sword were suppressed, Tu Wanmore wasn't able to fully control them in a short period of time. After feeling the resistance of the two imperial armaments, Tu Wanmore became even more excited. The heavens are really helping me. If I have these two imperial armaments, even if I meet a world king expert, I will be able to fight against him. Thinking of this, he took a step forward and continued to suppress the immortal scepter and hidden star sword with his demonic heart. Dong dong dong. Within Fang Chen's body, the 5 immortal star cores crazily surged as if they wanted to break out of his body. Huala. Feeling the movement of the immortal star cores, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and saw Tu Wanmore attacking. Stop. Fang Chen roared furiously and threw out a punch. Scram. Tu Wanmore waved his sleeves, wanting to block. Dong. However, Fang Chen's strength exceeded his imagination. His sleeves were torn apart and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Fang Chen waved his hand and forced the demonic heart back. The immortal scepter and hidden star sword were relieved and returned to Fang Chen's side. Tu Wanmore, who had stabilized himself, was slightly surprised when he saw Fang Chen. It's you. Tu Wanmore said gloomily. That day, the 4 of them planned to kill Fang Chen at the Boundary Mountain. However, the latter's strength exceeded their imagination. He was able to fight against a transcendent world lord. In the end, their plan failed and they returned. Now, after so many years, Tu Wanmore's strength had reached another level. After entering the ancient space-time road, he had formed a world heart by chance. He was confident that he could kill Fang Chen. You're quite lucky. Tu Wanmore said coldly. These 2 emperor weapons are yours. Facing Tu Wanmore's question, Fang Chen nodded. Hand them over to me and I can leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. I will make you suffer all the tortures in this world. Tu Wanmore threatened. Fang Chen shrugged. Have you ever thought that the person standing in front of you is someone who doesn't even fear a transcendent world lord? He. Tu Wanmore's face was filled with mockery. So what if you're a transcendent? I, Tu Wanmore, am destined to be the strongest transcendent in the world capital. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Tu Wanmore said arrogantly. He's formed a demon heart. Be careful. The immortal scepter said. Fang Chen had naturally heard of the ancient era's demonic cultivators and knew how terrifying a demon heart was. After hearing the immortal scepter's words, Fang Chen was a little surprised but soon returned to normal. So what if he had formed a demon heart? If he wasn't strong enough, having a demon heart wouldn't help. Seems like you won't give up until all hope is gone. Tu Wanmore saw through Fang Chen's thoughts and opened his palm. His demon heart shone and demonic chi swept across the land. Today, I'll kill you. Remember, the person who will kill you is called Tu Wanmore. With that, Tu Wanmore moved and arrived in front of Fang Chen in a single stride. Scram! Fang Chen punched out, pushing his Emperor Realm strength to the limit. Boom! The two fists collided. Tu Wanmo was at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. Damn it, I don't believe that your physical body is stronger than my sacred demon body. Wang. On the surface of Tu Wanmo's skin, there were complicated black patterns that were densely packed, and all of them were attached to the surface of his skin. In the next moment, his physical body became abnormally strong and demonic qi surged towards Fang Chen. The sacred demon body can crush everything. The sacred devil physique was a special physique that demonic cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Now, Tu Wanmo had fully activated it. Although the sacred demon body is strong, you're too weak and can't use its full power. Fang Chen shook his head and said softly. Then, the chaotic sword body was activated and the sword runes shone as it went against the sacred demon body. Boom! The chaotic sword body went against the sacred demon body. The two super strong body constitutions started a shocking battle. Catcher! Tu Wanmo took a step out, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. However, Fang Chen blocked it with ease. If that's all you have, just admit defeat, Fang Chen said. You're courting death. Tu Wanmo continued to step out and waved his fists. The sacred demon body was connected to the demon heart and exerted its strongest power. Die. Tu Wanmo's fists were filled with demonic qi as they slammed towards Fang Chen's body. Boom. There was a loud explosion as the two collided. The demonic qi quickly invaded Fang Chen's body. However, in the next second, Tu Wanmo was shocked to find that his sacred demon body could not break through Fang Chen's defense. How is this possible? Tu Wanmo cried out involuntarily. Are you done? It's my turn now. After saying that, Fang Chen fully activated his Emperor Realm strength and the chaotic sword body shone brightly. Dong! 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 There was a deafening explosion in the golden castle. Dust flew and the ground caved in. Chapter 3178. Bang! A wretched figure shot out from the sunken ground. He looked up to the sky and roared in anger. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in a terrifying demonic aura. What is your special body constitution? Tu Wanmo asked as he suppressed his anger. He did not believe that there was another body constitution in the world that could defeat his sacred demon body. Chaotic sword body. Fang Chen said casually. Tu Wanmo's eyes shrunk and his face turned gloomy. The chaos sword body was the number one body constitution in the primordial chaos world. Fang Chen's attainment in the sword Dao had a lot to do with the chaotic sword body. Tu Wanmo was not afraid of the Emperor Realm chaotic sword body. Impossible. Even the chaos sword body can't defeat my sacred demon body, unless, at this point, Tu Wanmo fell into silence. He thought of a possibility. If that was the case, then this guy's potential was too terrifying. Emperor Realm. That was the only explanation that made sense. Your physical body has reached the Emperor Realm? Tu Wanmo asked in a hoarse voice. Fang Chen shrugged. What do you have to fight me? Damn it. Tu Wanmo clenched his fists tightly as he vented his anger. His face was ferocious as he glared at Fang Chen with his scarlet eyes. HMPH. Even if your physical body has reached the Emperor Realm, you can forget about escaping from me. At this moment, Tu Wanmo did not hold back anymore. He activated his demon heart and used his strongest attack. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure was faintly discernible as he hid in the void. Like the wind, no one could catch a trace of him. Boom! Tu Wanmo punched out again and again. However, each punch missed. In a short while, the golden castle was in ruins. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Fang Chen used the rock movement skill and his speed increased to the maximum. Tu Wanmo could not catch up with him. You can't even catch my figure and you want to kill me? Suddenly, Fang Chen appeared in the void and sneered. Back in the ancient era, Fang Chen saw the battle between the pure-blooded rock and the mysterious enemy. In that battle, the pure-blooded rock used the rock movement skill to the maximum. Every movement was a perfect demonstration of the rock movement skill. It was also because of this experience that Fang Chen entered a state of epiphany, completely comprehending the rock movement technique. Now, he could use the rock movement skill and could fuse it with the space-time Dao. No one in the sector realm could catch up to his speed. From the very beginning, Fang Chen had been in an undefeatable position. How could slaughter 10,000 demons resist him? Rumble. Tu Wanmo let out a hysterical roar as he activated his demon heart to the maximum. Terrifying energy continued to wreak havoc on the Golden Castle. However, no matter how hard he tried he could not touch Fang Chen. On the contrary, the power of his demon heart was rapidly depleting. Fang Chen found the right time to turn behind him and threw out a punch. Dong. Tu Wanmo's body flew out as if he was struck by lightning and landed heavily on the ground. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Tu Wanmo was enraged. His demon heart flashed and fused with his palm. Boom! Tu Wanmo used his strongest attack and hit Fang Chen. Crack! The fist landed and Fang Chen's body shattered. It missed. His strongest attack actually missed. I don't believe you can be a coward forever. Tu Wanmo roared. Invincible sword technique. Fang Chen found the right time to appear. He held the hidden star sword and used the star-breaking sword. At the same time, he held the immortal scepter in his other hand and activated the immortal star core. With the two combined, his strength soared. How is this possible? Tu Wanmo cried out involuntarily. He felt fear. He had never seen a transcendent sector lord being able to use such strength. Poochie. Tu Wanmo's sacred devil body did not have any power to resist. His defense was directly broken, and the hidden star sword stabbed into his body. Fresh blood spurted out and Tu Wanmo's aura quickly dissipated. At the same time, the immortal scepter whizzed over. The immortal star power completely imprisoned Tu Wanmo. The scepter expanded and smashed onto his head. Dong. Tu Wanmo's head shattered and his primordial spirit was exposed in the void. Run. At this moment, Tu Wanmo was terrified. His primordial spirit flew towards the black altar. Huala! Just as he got close to the black altar, his primordial spirit entered the chaotic space and disappeared. I will come back for revenge. Tu Wanmo's angry voice could be heard. Fang Chen frowned as he felt a sense of uneasiness. He did not know if it was a good or bad thing to let Tu Wanmo escape. His primordial spirit entered the chaotic space, he will most likely die. The immortal scepter said, even if he doesn't die, he is not worthy to be your opponent. The powerful Tu Wanmo was one of the top transcendent sector lords. However, facing Fang Chen, he did not even have the strength to fight back. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's strength had reached such a terrifying level. In the entire realm city and even the northern region, there were few sector lords that could match him. Catcher. The black altar, which seemed to have existed since ancient times, suddenly emitted a crisp sound. Then, cracks began to appear on its surface. What's going on? Fang Chen cried out in surprise, feeling very astonished. He stared at the black altar, wanting to find something. However, in the end, the black altar shattered under his gaze and disappeared into the Golden Castle. Chaotic space. The disappearance of the black altar triggered a series of effects. Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived at the chaotic spacetime from before. However, this time, he did not enter the chaotic space again. Returned to normal. Fang Chen looked around and finally confirmed that the chaotic space had disappeared and the void had returned to normal. What is in the black altar? Why did it cause the space to become chaotic? Fang Chen racked his brains. Perhaps, the answer can be found in other places in the Golden Castle. The immortal scepter reminded, the Golden Castle is at the end of the ancient path of time, there should be something hidden there. Let's go and take a look. In the following time, Fang Chen brought the immortal scepter and hidden star sword and searched the Golden Castle carefully. In the vast void, there were two connected miniature universes. At the connecting point of the two universes, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the void. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. Time comprehension? The bone progenitor's face was filled with an excited smile. This time comprehension came from his disciple, Fang Chen. What an exquisite time comprehension. It's true that the new generation excels the old. Each generation is stronger than the previous. The bone progenitor's proudest thing in his life was to have such an excellent disciple like Fang Chen. Now, with the bone progenitor's strength, it was more than enough to explore the ancient Saint Chaos. However, he insisted on protecting the galaxy universe and the Shura universe. More importantly, he wanted to open up a path that no one had taken before and concentrate on studying the way of time and space. Ha. After reading the time comprehension, the bone progenitor stroked his beard and chuckled. As expected of my disciple. If I'm not wrong, he should have established himself in the ancient chaos. The outside world was very big, but the bone progenitor was not lonely. To be exact, on the path of cultivation, he could only be accompanied by loneliness. The bone progenitor found that in the Shura universe, there was an evil god emperor slaughtering the experts of the god realm. Evil warriors should not exist in the first place. With a flick of his sleeve, a strange light flashed. At the same time, in the Shura universe, at the peak of the god realm, many powerful god emperors gathered together to fight against the evil demon. Today, I will unify the god realm. You are so evil. You will be punished by the heavens, a god emperor said coldly. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed. Many god emperors did not back down. Heavenly punishment. To rule the god realm, I am the heavens. The heavenly punishment is decided by me. Who can restrain me? The evil demon laughed arrogantly. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying vortex appeared in the sky. The entire god realm became abnormally quiet. A bright light swooped down and blasted the evil demon's body. Bang! The evil demon's body crashed to the ground, and his body and soul were destroyed. A sigh came from the 9 heavens above. Those who do evil are doomed to destruction. Many god emperors were shocked. They were even more certain that there were more terrifying existences above the god emperors. Chapter 3179. Deep within the Golden Castle. In a courtyard filled with a gloomy aura, a red-robed old man's complexion was gloomy and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. The black altar has disappeared. He was lost, his face expressionless. At the same time, his heart was filled with hatred towards Fang Chen. That damned fellow, for ruining my plans, I will kill you, the red-robed old man viciously said. However, he was also aware of his own limitations. He had personally witnessed the battle between Tu Wanmo and Fang Chen, and his heart had been shaken to the core. He never imagined that Lin Ming's strength would have reached such a degree. To step into transcendence in a single step, even in ancient times, that would be an incredible existence. I never imagined that such a monstrous genius would appear in this age of chaos. The red-robed old man's eyes flashed as a light flashed in his mind. Such a monstrous genius of heaven has potential that is countless times greater than Tu Wanmo's. It is only a matter of time before he breaks into the World King realm. In the future, he might even become a stable ruler. If such a person could be used by me, that would be for the best. The red-robed old man had borrowed the chaotic space and time around the black altar to arrive in this era. His ambitions were great and he wasn't willing to accept the current situation. He wanted to be resurrected, to be reborn. This had been his wish since the endless years. Unfortunately, when his plans had reached the most critical step, Fang Chen had appeared out of nowhere and disrupted his plans. Let's go. After thinking for a moment, the red-robed old man eerily smiled. He stepped out of the courtyard and quickly walked down a tree-lined path. He knew better than anyone just what this golden castle represented. Hoo. Soon, the red-robed old man saw Fang Chen. Little friend. Before Fang Chen could speak, the red-robed old man took the initiative to speak first. He smiled and said, "Your potential is unparalleled. Now that you have reached the Transcendence realm, you have the qualifications to obtain the inheritance of the Golden Castle." Who are you? Fang Chen could clearly sense that there was a special aura on this person's body. This person came from the past and had already fallen. Who I am is not important. What is important is that the person I have been waiting for has appeared. The red-robed old man spread out his hands and said with a smile, "I watched your previous battle. You are qualified to obtain the treasure. Now, it's up to you whether you want it or not. What's in the Golden Castle? What is hidden at the end of the ancient road of space-time?" Fang Chen asked all the questions in his heart. The Golden Castle was created by a powerful existence. Back then, he came to the end of the ancient road of spacetime and deliberately built the Golden Castle to show his status. The red-robed old man continued, "The inheritance treasure left behind by that expert is hidden in this Golden Castle. If you agree, I can take you there now." Fang Chen stared at the old man and nodded slowly. "This way." With that, the red-robed old man walked in front with Fang Chen following closely behind. On the elegant and quiet tree-lined path, the more Fang Chen walked, the more uneasy he felt. "How much further?" Fang Chen asked. "We're almost there." The red-robed old man kept a smile on his face. After a while, the red-robed old man stopped and pointed ahead. "Do you see that? The inheritance is in that pagoda." In the depths of the Golden Castle, a magnificent 9-story pagoda stood in front of them, shining with a dazzling light. The pagoda was surrounded by a heavy aura, giving off a feeling of vicissitudes. The pagoda contains the will left behind by that unparalleled expert. He has already acknowledged you. As long as you get close, it will suck you in. Fang Chen took a step forward and looked at the pagoda up close. The 9-story pagoda had complicated golden patterns on it. The circulation trajectories of these patterns were actually somewhat similar to the heaven sealing tablet. Could it be that the owner of the Golden Castle is also an array master? Fang Chen murmured. Boom. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wild power ruthlessly smashed into Fang Chen's body. Caught off guard, Fang Chen's body was sent flying. Rip. When his body got close to the pagoda, a terrifying suction force pulled him into the pagoda. "Mph, you're still too inexperienced to play with me." Seeing this, the red-robed old man sneered and opened his palm. A palm-sized token appeared in his palm. "Kid, listen carefully," the red-robed old man said loudly. "The environment in this pagoda is extremely harsh. Even a transcendent world lord would find it hard to walk out alive. With your strength, you'll only be able to last for half a year before being completely destroyed. I'll give you a chance now. As long as you swear a martial oath and choose to submit to me, I'll open the pagoda and let you out. Otherwise, you'll stay in the pagoda forever." The red-robed old man's words clearly entered Fang Chen's ears. Despicable. In the first level of the pagoda, Fang Chen stood quietly, his face filled with anger. "You want me to submit to you? Dream on." Fang Chen sneered and activated his Emperor Realm strength to attack the pagoda. Dong dong dong. On the pagoda, complex golden patterns formed a powerful seal, blocking Fang Chen's attacks. Who? After a while, Fang Chen stopped his attacks. His forehead was covered in sweat. This seal is very strange. It contains the essence blood of an unparalleled expert. It's very difficult to break it. Fang Chen muttered. "It's useless. Only I can open the pagoda." The red-robed old man's voice came from outside the pagoda. Fang Chen ignored him and looked at the pagoda carefully. The first level was extremely spacious, as if it was an independent space. It was white as far as the eye could see. "What's in this pagoda?" Roar. Suddenly, an angry roar could be heard. Immediately after, a Sector Lord Realm beast pounced towards Fang Chen in a frenzy. Bang! Fang Chen sent it flying with a punch. Dong! The beast's huge body landed heavily on the ground, causing dust to fly. It quickly got up and charged towards Fang Chen again. Bang bang bang! With a series of punches, Zhong Xian managed to suppress the demonic beast. Catcher! The beast's head was smashed by Fang Chen and it died completely. Buzz! A line of golden words appeared above his head and lit up the entire first level of the pagoda. Fang Chen looked up and his pupils constricted when he saw the line of words. So this pagoda is called the 9-level spacetime pagoda. Fang Chen grinned. Every level has a test. If you want to climb up, you have to pass the test. Moreover, Fang Chen knew that after passing the test on the 9th level, he could leave the 9-level spacetime pagoda. Thinking of this, he was very happy. In this way, he could leave without being threatened by the red-robed old man. In the following time, Fang Chen began to kill the demonic beasts in a frenzy. Only by killing a certain number of beasts could he pass. At this time, outside the 9-level spacetime pagoda, the red-robed old man was still waiting for Fang Chen's response, but there was no response from the pagoda. The complicated golden patterns returned to normal. What? You want to break the seal by force? What a joke. The red-robed old man sneered. I'll wait for you here. I'd like to see how long you can last. The red-robed old man was very confident in his plan. He did not believe that such a monstrous genius would be willing to be trapped in the 9-level spacetime pagoda for a long time. After a long time, he would definitely beg for mercy. Which, in the mind of the red-robed old man, he was already imagining how to proceed with his plan after controlling Fang Chen. In the 9-level spacetime pagoda, Fang Chen used a day to clear all the beasts on the first level. At this time, he had already arrived at the second level. Phew! Heaving a sigh of relief, he rested for a moment and continued to kill the beasts. Although the beasts in the 9-level spacetime pagoda are of different races, they all have one thing in common, which is that their bodies more or less contain a trace of spacetime power. Every time Fang Chen killed a beast, he would absorb the spacetime power for his own use. Let's start the hunt. Poochie. The hidden star sword cut through the sky and slashed a beast not far away. With a crack, the beast's head shattered and fell to the ground. Roar. All the beasts on the second level roared at the sky, wanting to surround and kill this outsider. They quickly surrounded Fang Chen and stared at him like a tiger watching its prey. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight. Fang Chen exerted all his strength and fought with all his might. Chapter 3180. Using the beasts in the pagoda, Fang Chen could refine his swordsmanship. Since the creation of the invincible sword Dao, it had been perfected many times. However, no Dao was perfect. No matter what, there would always be flaws. What Fang Chen could do was to perfect the flaws as much as possible. Especially the 8th move, the star-breaking sword. With the help of the hidden star sword, it seemed even more natural. Apart from that, as he absorbed more spacetime energy, Fang Chen's attainments in the Dao of spacetime grew stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One could often see a white figure looming in the pagoda. Every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by a blinding sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, the beasts would all die. The Great Rock Movement technique is indeed powerful. Fang Chen said with a smile as he killed the beasts. If it wasn't for the Great Rock Movement technique, he wouldn't have been able to kill the beasts so easily. He had been trapped in the pagoda for half a year. Fang Chen had already arrived at the 7th floor. The beasts in the first 6 floors couldn't pose any threat to him. However, the beasts in the 7th floor were abnormally powerful. The beasts here should be equivalent to a human transcendent sector lord. Fang Chen muttered. Roar. The beasts' roars were endless. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and shuttled through the beasts, killing them one by one. Poochie. A humongous beast suddenly ignited its origin energy and charged at Fang Chen, intending to take him down with it. However, with a flick of Fang Chen's wrist, the star-concealing sword drew a dazzling flower in the air before exploding with a loud bang. The terrifying energy directly engulfed the demonic beast. Although they were all transcendents, Fang Chen's strength was far beyond other transcendents. Even transcendents were no match for him. However, due to the large number of beasts and their various talents, it was a little troublesome to deal with them. While his original body was trapped in the pagoda, the weapon pavilion that his avatar was in also faced some danger. Currently, the weapon pavilion was the most powerful force in the western region. Ever since Fang Chen destroyed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and killed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master, his clone had become the strongest fighting force in the vast western region. Blood City, the headquarters of the Weapon Pavilion. Once upon a time, Blood City was just a normal city. But now, Red City was very prosperous. It had even become the economic center of the western region. Powerhouses were as common as clouds. Countless martial artists came to Red City from thousands of miles away just to get a weapon from the armament pavilion. Today, a group of unknown experts came to Blood City. Their auras were extremely powerful. From now on, the Demon Heaven sect is the dominant force in the western region. If the weapon pavilion knows what's good for you, you should disband. Otherwise, the Demon Heaven sect will destroy the weapon pavilion. The leader was clad in armor and exuded a powerful aura. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Creak. The doors of the weapon pavilion opened, and the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher and Grandmaster Dongfang walked out side by side. Demon Heaven Sect. How arrogant. When the weapon pavilion destroyed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, where were you? Grandmaster Dongfang looked at them coldly. You want to destroy the weapon pavilion? How arrogant of the Demon Heaven Sect. The Demon Heaven Sect was a rising force in recent years. In the beginning, they were only active in the far west of the Western region, and the weapon pavilion did not think much of it. After all, in the vast Western region, there were countless forces. Forces were destroyed every day, and new forces were born. As long as these forces submitted to the weapon pavilion, there would be no problem. But what the weapon pavilion did not expect was that although the Demon Heaven Sect seemed to be well behaved on the surface, they were developing wildly in the dark. Moreover, they seemed to have a powerful backer behind them. In just a few years, they had developed rapidly, especially recently. Their momentum had surpassed that of the weapon pavilion. Just as the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher and Grandmaster Dongfang were discussing countermeasures, the Demon Heaven Sect came knocking on their door. Go back and tell the higher-ups of the Demon Heaven Sect that if they want to fight, the weapon pavilion will accompany them. Having said that, the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher turned around and walked back to the headquarters of the weapon pavilion. H. The weapon pavilion is only SOSO. The armored man sneered. Grandmaster Dongfang's body came to an abrupt stop. He turned his head and said, "Say that again." I said, "The weapon pavilion is trash." The armored man said word by word. "What? Are you angry? Kill me if you can, but I don't think you have the guts. After all, I have the Demon Heaven Sect behind me. The weapon pavilion does not dare to bear the anger of the Demon Heaven Sect." Before the armored man could finish his words, Grandmaster Dongfang made his move. Die! Grandmaster Dongfang flicked his finger, and a dense number of darts shot out. Ding ding ding! The armored man was prepared and easily blocked them. Grandmaster Dongfang, you're good at refining weapons, but you're not good at fighting, right? The armored man took a step forward and arrived in front of Grandmaster Dongfang in an instant. There was a strange force in his palm, and he blasted it toward Grandmaster Dongfang's head. However, just as his palm was about to hit Grandmaster Dongfang's body, he could not move it no matter how much force he used. He turned his head abruptly and saw an unfamiliar man pulling his arm. Get lost. He punched back and forced the unfamiliar man to retreat. Whoosh. Fang Chen stood in front of Grandmaster Dongfang and stared at the armored man. Who is the Patriarch of Tianshan Mountain to you? You. A trace of panic flashed across the armored man's face. How did you know? You have his aura on you. H. Since you know the Patriarch's name, you still dare to attack. Fang Chen grinned and took a big stride forward, arriving in front of the armored man. The latter could not resist at all and was suppressed by Fang Chen. Fang Chen's big hand grabbed the armored man's neck and said coldly, "I'm looking for him." Crack. The armored man's neck was broken. The few people who came with the armored man were frightened and kept retreating. Go back and tell the higher-ups of the Demon Heaven Sect that if they challenge the authority of the weapon pavilion again, they will be destroyed. Fang Chen waved his sleeve and sent them flying. The entire Blood City was filled with enthusiastic applause. Countless people were shouting the Demon King's name excitedly. Since a few years ago, the Demon King had become a legendary figure in the Western region. Everyone knew that the weapon pavilion had a powerhouse. He was called the Demon King and could command thousands of diamonds. But no one had ever seen him attack. Some people even suspected that it was a lie made up by the weapon pavilion. But today, the Demon King attacked. The Demon Heaven Sect has gone too far. I beg the Demon King to destroy them. As long as the Demon King is here, the weapon pavilion will still be the dominant force in the Western region. Demon King. A lot of people were shouting. Demon Hand Sect. What? The Demon King recognized the secret technique of the Tianshan Palace? The Patriarch of Tianshan Mountain frowned. Who is this Demon King? Is he Fang Chen? Patriarch. The Patriarch of Tianshan Mountain waved his hand and said, "You can leave first." Back then, he was the patriarch of the Tianshan Palace. However, he was forced into a corner by Fang Chen and eventually became an evil martial artist. He left the eastern region and wandered the world. Finally, a few years ago, he heard that the weapon pavilion in the eastern region was created by Fang Chen. He stayed here for a few years and built the Demon Heaven sect single-handedly. The reason why he was unwilling to attack the weapon pavilion was that he was afraid that Fang Chen had a backup plan. I can't wait any longer. Maybe Fang Chen already knows that I'm here. The patriarch of Tianshan Mountain made a decision. No matter who this demon king is, I must kill him. After I destroy the weapon pavilion, I'll head to the southern region. Wherever Fang Chen goes, wherever he goes, I'll personally destroy them. The patriarch of Tianshan Mountain was full of hatred for Fang Chen. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen. Pass down my order. The patriarch of Tianshan Mountain summoned the steward. From today onwards, the Demon Heaven sect officially challenges the weapon pavilion. Patriarch, are we really going to war? The steward was a little worried. The weapon pavilion is the true overlord of the western region. They have a strong foundation. Back then, even the imperial weapon pavilion was destroyed. Our plan is not perfect. The patriarch of Tianshan Mountain interrupted the steward. There's no time. Send the troops. Seeing this, the steward did not say anything else and quickly went to make the arrangements. The patriarch of Tianshan Mountain's face turned cold. Demon King, you claim to be able to control thousands of monsters? I'd like to see how capable you are. Can you help Fang Chen and protect the weapon pavilion? G_Cup Female Idol's first video, valiantly wins the championship. Please follow the WeChat public account. Minevlu123, long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 3181. Western Region, Blood City. Today, the atmosphere in Blood City was tense. In the huge city, there were countless martial artists on the streets. Their faces were filled with solemnity. Everyone knew that a great war was coming. It would determine whether they could survive or not. The Demon Heaven sect's army had already arrived at the city. They were waiting for the ancestor of Tianshan sect's order to attack. By then, it was unknown whether the weapon pavilion could stop them. I didn't expect the Demon Heaven sect to have developed to this stage. They're too powerful. Yeah, the Demon Heaven sect has been holding back until today. I wonder if the weapon pavilion can stop them? With the Demon King around, the Demon Heaven sect is nothing. All the martial artists in the streets and alleys of the city were discussing softly. Kaboom! At a certain moment, a suffocating force came from outside Blood City. Everyone's face changed. Their hearts raced as they retreated. They're here. The war was finally about to begin. They knew that the leader of the Demon Heaven sect was here. Dong. Outside Blood City, the aura shook. The ancestor of Tianshan sect stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He exuded an evil aura. His dark eyes looked through Blood City and looked at the headquarters of the weapon pavilion. People of the weapon pavilion, listen up. From today onwards, the Demon Heaven sect will be the only dominant force in the western region. If you know what's good for you, you'd better disband. Otherwise, the Demon Heaven sect will attack and wash Blood City with blood. A deafening voice resounded in the sky. The faces of the martial artists in Blood City changed drastically, their hearts filled with worry. However, the weapon pavilion was still calm. No sound came out. Boom. The city gate of Blood City suddenly suffered a heavy blow. It shattered into pieces and the city walls collapsed. Many of the martial artists' faces were extremely pale. This is just a greeting gift. If the weapon pavilion doesn't respond, I'll flatten Blood City. The ancestor of Tianshan sect punched out and shattered the city gate. Dust flew up. The violent force swept across the sky. After the ancestor of Tianshan sect spoke, the headquarters of the weapon pavilion was still calm. It was as if they didn't care about the Demon Heaven sect. Many martial artists of the Demon Heaven sect were furious. Ancestor, why are you talking to them? Just attack and destroy them. As he spoke, one of them stomped his feet and leaped into the Blood City. Die. His gaze swept across the streets of Red City and finally landed on a group of weak martial artists. Those who dare to obstruct my demonic heaven sect will be killed without mercy. After he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a terrifying power rushed down. No! A few weak martial artists were frightened out of their wits and screamed miserably. They closed their eyes in pain, feeling despair. Crack! However, at this critical moment, the body of the demon heaven sect's expert collapsed without any warning. He fell onto the street and lost all signs of life. At the same time, his attack quietly dissipated. Yes, Lord Demon King. The Demon King has come out. The faces of the warriors who were saved by Fang Chen were filled with excitement as they shouted crazily. All the warriors in the city were shouting the Fei King's name. You are the Demon King? Fang Chen's back was facing the Tianshan Patriarch, so the latter did not recognize him. Humph, how dare you kill the people of the Demon Heaven sect? You are courting death. The Tianshan Patriarch snorted coldly and flicked his finger. An extremely evil demonic aura shot out. Crack. Fang Chen stood quietly, allowing the aura to land on his body. The Tianshan Patriarch was shocked to find that his attack could not break through Lin Fan's defense. How is this possible? He exclaimed, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. However, in the next second, his heart was even more shaken, and a storm raged in his heart. Fang Chen slowly turned around and said with a smile, Tianshan Patriarch, how have you been? Seeing Fang Chen's face, the Tianshan Patriarch's body trembled slightly and he took a few steps back. It's you. After a short moment of shock, the Tianshan Patriarch glared at Fang Chen. You destroyed my Tianshan palace back then, and now you dare to appear before me? You are just a stray dog. What right do you have to order me around? Fang Chen sneered. I didn't kill you back then, but you came to the western region and tried to destroy the weapon pavilion that I built. You deserve to die. Humph. The Tianshan Patriarch flung his sleeve and snorted. I admit that I was not as strong as you back then, but I have been cultivating hard all these years. I have paid a heavy price for revenge. I have been waiting for this day. As he spoke, the Tianshan Patriarch's body was filled with powerful energy. He took a step forward and arrived above the Blood City. Disciples of the Demon Heaven sect, listen up. The Tianshan Patriarch waved his hand and gave the order. Attack with all your might and destroy the Blood City. Kill. Following the order of the Tianshan Patriarch, all the experts of the Demon Heaven sect attacked. In an instant, the Blood City turned into a battlefield. We will not allow you to destroy the Blood City. The Imperial Master and Master Dongfang came together and stood at the front. They were ready to die. A bunch of ants. There is nothing to be afraid of. Fang Chen remained calm and waved his hand to stop the Imperial Master and Master Dongfang. With me around, the Blood City will not be destroyed. On the contrary, the Demon Heaven sect will be wiped out. Brat, you're still trying to talk your way out of this. I would like to see how you are going to stop the people of the Demon Heaven sect. The Tianshan Patriarch seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's thoughts. In a flash, he stopped Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled. Do you think that you can destroy the Blood City by stopping me? What do you think? The Tianshan Patriarch sneered. When the people of the Demon Heaven sect destroy the Blood City, it will be your death. Fang Chen shook his head, his face full of mockery. Actually, from the very beginning, I've never treated you as an enemy. That's because you're simply unworthy. As soon as Fang Chen finished his words, his aura surged. It's time to show the world my strongest power. As he muttered, he waved his sleeves. The void trembled and cracks appeared. The entire place was filled with a terrifying power. Whoosh! One after another, powerful beasts appeared in the Blood City. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the beasts had all appeared. Go ahead. Fang Chen said. Roar! Many of the beasts let out furious roars toward the sky. All these years, they had been cultivating diligently. Today, they could finally go on a killing spree. Attack! The leading beast roared. Then, like thousands of horses galloping, the army of beasts instantly drowned the people of the Demon Heaven sect. Ah! Screams of agony could be heard. How is this possible? The smile on Tianshan Mountain's patriarch's face froze. His face was filled with fear. No, this is impossible. He had never dreamed that Fang Chen would have such a powerful army of beasts. No, I have to take the initiative. A cold murderous intent flashed in the Tianshan patriarch's eyes. If I capture him, I can control the army of beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The Tianshan patriarch attacked, trying to suppress Fang Chen. However, as soon as Fang Chen made his move, he completely lost all hope. Bang! With just one punch, he was sent flying. Dong! His body landed heavily on the ground. Fart! The Tianshan patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his body was cold. His strength. Fang Chen stepped on the Tianshan patriarch's body. I've said that you are not qualified to be my enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped on the Tianshan patriarch's body and crushed it. At the same time, the battle with the army of beasts had ended. At a glance, it was a ruin. The people of the Demon Heaven sect were all annihilated. No one was left alive. The martial artists who were still worried were completely dumbfounded. Even the powerful Demonic Heaven sect was annihilated in a few breaths of time. There was only one thought in their minds. The Demon King was too powerful. The savage, desolate demonic beast army's powerful attack shocked everyone. Now, everyone finally knew why Fang Chen was called the Demon King even though he was a human. Even Master Dongfang and Imperial Master Xin Bing were stunned. They were ready for a bloody battle, but the battle was over in just one move. They looked at Fang Chen with complicated gazes, their hearts filled with emotions. Chapter 3182. The Heavenly Mountain Old Ancestor was in charge of the Heavenly Mountain Palace and was almost destroyed by Fang Chen. After that, he fell into the evil path and cultivated evil techniques. He was despised by many experts in the boundless world and was forced to flee the eastern region. Who would have known that he had been hiding in the western region all these years and created the Demonic Heaven sect to take revenge on Fang Chen? Unfortunately, he didn't expect this to happen. The Demon King's strength was simply too great. Furthermore, the army of demonic beasts under his command was incomparably powerful. The members of the Demonic Heaven sect were all personally nurtured by him and were all very strong. However, they still couldn't withstand the attacks of the beasts. After this battle, the weapon pavilion had completely stabilized its position as the overlord of the western region. It could be expected that in the next 10,000 years, there wouldn't be any faction that could threaten its position. At the same time, the Demon King's name was known throughout the entire western region. Every martial artist's expression changed when they talked about him. Unknowingly, the Demon King had become the totem of the weapon pavilion and everyone's belief. They thought it would be a fierce battle, but it ended in such a dramatic way. Even the Imperial Teacher and Master Dongfang didn't expect this. The two of them sighed. Especially the heart weapon Imperial Preceptor. When Fang Chen first arrived at Blood City, he was a nobody. Now, it had only been a short time and he had already grown to such a terrifying level. The western region calmed down. However, what happened here didn't affect the main body. The ancient road of spacetime, the Golden Castle. Fang Chen had already reached the 9th level of the spacetime pagoda. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. At a glance, the densely packed demonic beasts were charging at Fang Chen in a frenzy. In the void, the resplendent sword light flashed. Every time the hidden star sword stabbed out, a beast would die. In this half a year, Fang Chen's attainments in the invincible sword technique had increased by a lot. The power of the 8 great sword moves had increased to a certain extent. Even his attainments in the spacetime Dao had increased by a lot. Now, his control of spacetime was more mature and the power of time stop was stronger. In short, everything was going in a favorable direction. The demonic beasts in the 9th level of the time-space pagoda were all very strong. Almost every one of them had the strength of a peak transcendent world lord. Facing such an encirclement, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. However, he had the help of the sealing heaven tablet. Wang. In the sky sealing tombstone continued to expand as it floated in the air. Streams of light flowed as strands of sealing energy descended. In the blink of an eye, the entire 9th floor was sealed off. Transcendent demonic beasts were also trapped inside. Star-breaking sword. Fang Chen's wrist shook. The hidden star sword drew a strange trajectory, and instantly beheaded a demonic beast that was close to him. Roar. The heaven-sealing stele was the ultimate treasure of the heaven-sealing Great Emperor. It contained the heaven-sealing Great Emperor's supreme understanding of the Tao of sealing. Until now, Fang Chen had not fully understood it. However, even so, the power of the sealing heaven monument was enough to make the world tremble. Now, these peak transcendent demonic beasts were trapped in the seal, unable to do anything. Even a world king powerhouse would be in danger if surrounded by so many transcendent demonic beasts, right? Fang Chen muttered. With the help of the sealing heaven tablet, he was already in an invincible position. In the following time, Fang Chen began to slaughter the demonic beasts. As time passed, the speed at which he killed the demonic beasts became faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. A few hours later, when the last beast was slain, Qin Nan's eyes lit up. There was a great change in the space-time pagoda. In the sky, a large amount of space-time power crazily gathered, forming a terrifying vortex. Then, a beam of light condensed from space-time power swooped down and rushed into Fang Chen's head. Dong dong dong. Fang Chen's body vaguely emitted a strange power. Boom. After the space-time power drilled into his body, Fang Chen's figure constantly flashed. The rock movement technique was completely released. Hoo hoo hoo. In almost the blink of an eye, the rock movement technique and the space-time power completely fused together. Shio. Fang Chen's body turned into a line and shuttled through the space-time pagoda at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Voila. He was still on the 9th floor a second ago, and the next second, he was already on the 1st floor. Who? Fang Chen stopped in his tracks with an excited smile on his face. I didn't expect to be able to fuse the space-time power with the rock movement technique under such circumstances. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The rock movement technique was powerful, but after fusing with the space-time power, there was a mutation. The current rock movement technique is even faster, and it can pass through all obstacles. As long as it's not an emperor-level seal, it can't stop me. Fang Chen muttered. Imperceptibly, Fang Chen had taken an astonishing step. In the 9-level space-time pagoda, Fang Chen had gained a lot. But now, with a thought, he left the space-time pagoda. Outside the space-time pagoda, the red-robed old man sat cross-legged, waiting for him. Suddenly, the space-time pagoda rumbled, and he opened his eyes. Chimph, can't hold on anymore? The red-robed old man sneered. There were countless monsters in the space-time pagoda. How could a mere transcendent world lord resist? Creak. However, at this moment, the space-time pagoda suddenly opened, and a figure walked out. Chem. The red-robed old man was stunned. Why did the space-time pagoda open? When he saw Fang Chen's figure, he cried out, "You, how did you come out?" Fang Chen looked at the red-robed old man with ridicule. What? You didn't expect it, did you? The red-robed old man stood up and coldly said, You think you can escape from my hands just because you came out of the space-time pagoda? I'll say it again, submit to me and you can continue living. You want to kill me? Can you do it? Although the red-robed old man was strong, he hadn't reached the world king level. Fang Chen was confident he could defeat him. Brat, don't make a mistake. The red-robed old man said, You should know that we died in the past, but we were able to appear here. The root of all of this is the Black Altar. Now, the Black Altar has been destroyed and the others have scattered, returning to the past. Only I am able to remain here. Do you know why? Fang Chen didn't understand. He looked at the red-robed old man. Because, in the past, when I died, I left behind a trace of my mark here. Countless years later, in the chaotic space-time, I sensed the mark and activated it, allowing me to remain here. The red-robed old man said, It is extremely difficult to revive. I need your help. And if I don't help? Fang Chen shrugged. Then you can die. The red-robed old man's figure flashed, rushing towards Fang Chen. Die. He directly used his invincible sword technique. At the same time, his 5 immortal star cores trembled, his strength rising to the limit. Poochie. With a slash, the world shook. In just a single exchange, the red-robed old man was sent flying. Dong. The red-robed old man's body landed heavily on the ground. His face was a little pale. Your strength. The red-robed old man widened his eyes in disbelief. After a long time, he sighed and said, "As long as you are willing to help me, I will tell you the secret of the end of the ancient road of spacetime." Fang Chen frowned slightly and stared at the red-robed old man. Crack. Suddenly, a faint sound was heard. Then, the soil moved as if something had drilled out of the ground. Ha ha ha, finally out. A few hearty laughter spread through the void. They were extremely excited and broke out of the ground. I'm starving. Crack, crack. When they saw the red-robed old man, they immediately grabbed him and began to chew on him. No, the red-robed old man screamed miserably, but he was powerless to stop them. Don't you want to know the secret of the ancient road of spacetime? The red-robed old man roared angrily. He wanted Fang Chen to help, but he completely collapsed after saying that. Isn't this guy too weak? A voice was heard. At this moment, Fang Chen's body was trembling. His face was full of an excited smile. You guys, hey, there's a human here. A mouse turned his head to look. However, before he finished speaking, he was stunned on the spot. Boss. The other 4 guys turned around abruptly and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Ha 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 ha, boss, we missed you so much. Xiao Huang rushed to Fang Chen's side. Boss, I finally see you. In the future, we brothers can travel together again. Chapter 3183. Back then, when the universe was in crisis, Fang Chen's original body went there in person. After solving the crisis, he returned to Tianshu Yuan in the southern region and destroyed the corpse demon. The 5 little guys were in seclusion, so Fang Chen did not disturb them. Who would have thought that after so many years, these 5 little guys would meet him on the ancient road of time and space? When he saw them for the first time, Fang Chen was also very shocked. This was the ancient road of time and space, and he was in the Golden Castle. The 5 guys came out of the soil right under his nose. How could he not be shocked? Boss, we missed you. After so many years, the 5 guys did not change much. Little Mouse stuck to Fang Chen's side and was very happy. After a long while, the waves in Fang Chen's heart gradually calmed down. He glanced at the 5 guys. Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, Pangolin, Xiao Hai, and the old faker. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. How did you come out of the soil? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. Boss, the 5 of us are too weak. At that time, we were in seclusion in Tianshu Yuan. Later, we awakened our supernatural powers and our strength improved. When we were bored, we started to dig holes, and then we came here, Little Mouse said with a smile. Yeah, boss, you still don't know. The supernatural powers awakened by Brother Mouse are too terrifying. As expected of the divine sky-devouring rat clan, their digging skills are the best in the chaos, Xiao Huang said. Now, Xiao Huang had already become the strongest of the royal ant clan. Even he couldn't help but praise Little Mouse. One could imagine how powerful the latter's supernatural powers were. You dug holes here? Fang Chen widened his eyes and looked at the 5 guys. Yeah, is there a problem? Little Mouse asked. By the way, boss, where is this place? Xiao Huang was a little puzzled. He looked around and found nothing. Boss, why have you come to the southern region? Do you have something to deal with? Fang Chen was speechless. Did these guys think that they were still in the southern region? He couldn't imagine that the 5 fellows in front of him actually dug from the southern region to the northern region. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Even in history, no one had ever heard of such a thing. This is the northern region. Fang Chen shook his head and said calmly. What? The northern region? Xiao Huang and the others were shocked. Only the little mouse nodded lightly and muttered to itself, no wonder it took me more than 10 years to dig through. It turns out that I have unknowingly dug to the northern region. Looking at the 5 guys in front of him, Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the outside world knew that the little mouse had dug from the southern region to the northern region, it would cause a huge commotion. What is your innate ability? Fang Chen was even more curious. What kind of innate ability did the little mouse awaken to be able to break through the barrier of the northern region and come here? After all, this was the ancient road of space-time. Buzz. The little mouse's mind moved and a layer of ripples covered the surface of its skin. A terrifying power rippled out. The little mouse's little claws suddenly grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a mighty purple power covered its little claws. Whoosh! Its little claws tore the void apart and a spatial storm emerged. Whoosh! Whoosh! A moment later, the spatial storm dissipated and the purple power on the little mouse's body was withdrawn. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and stared at the void. He was extremely shocked. What a mysterious rule. Fang Chen muttered. When the little mouse used its innate ability just now, he vaguely sensed an extremely terrifying rule. If this power was multiplied to the peak, it would definitely be able to destroy the world. Boss, how's my innate ability? The little mouse laughed and said, ever since I awakened this innate ability, the few of them are not willing to spar with me at all. You still dare to say that? Don't you know how sharp your claws are? Xiao Huang could not help but ridicule. That's right. Your claws can easily break through our defense. How can we fight? If we are scratched by you, we will need at least a few months to recover. Even Pangolin, who had the strongest defense, could not help but shake his head. Who asked you to be so weak? The little mouse said arrogantly. By the way, boss, who was the person we ate just now? It was only at this moment that the little mouse and the others remembered the red-robed elder. After digging for more than 10 years, I used up too much energy and was too hungry. When I saw that person, I couldn't help but eat him, the little mouse said awkwardly. Fang Chen shook his head. It's okay. Even if you didn't eat him, I would have killed him. Fang Chen gently stroked the little mouse's head and said, since we have met here, let's fight together for the rest of the time. The 5 guys' blood was boiling in their bodies. That's great. It's been a long time since we fought side by side with Boss. Ha ha ha. In the following time, Fang Chen had been chatting with the 5 brothers. Until 3 days later, the little mouse and the others still wanted to continue. However, Fang Chen could vaguely feel that the golden castle was filled with a dangerous aura. Let's leave this place first, Fang Chen said. Whoosh. Using the rock body technique, he quickly left the golden castle with the Wu brothers. Not long after he left, a gap suddenly appeared where the black altar had disappeared and an extremely powerful force emerged. In an instant, the entire golden castle was shrouded by this powerful force. Then, one after another, powerhouses mysteriously descended. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely discover that these people were the same as the red-robed elder. They all came from the past. In the ancient road of time and space, a grey aura filled the air. The 5 little guys were very curious and looked around. Is this the ancient road of time and space? The little mouse asked. Be careful. After passing the golden castle, Fang Chen continued to move towards the end of the ancient road of time and space. A few days later, they stopped in front of a star. Boss, the demonic power on this star is very strong. It's suitable for us to cultivate, the little mouse said. Fang Chen nodded and took a step forward, stepping onto the star. Dong dong dong. The powerful forces of the demonic race continued to attack. The Emperor Realm defense was fully activated, blocking it. As for Little Rat and the other 4, they were like dragons in the sea, happily absorbing the power of the demon clan. How good would it be if it could always be like this? Looking at the 5 guys, Fang Chen muttered. But soon, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Where there were people, there would be the underworld. Where there was the underworld, there would be conflict. Only by becoming stronger would he have the right to protect the people he needed to protect. Fang Chen was still immersed in the joy of reuniting with his brothers and didn't notice the changes in the ancient road of time and space. The changes in the Golden Castle caused a series of effects. Rumble. In the World City's barrier, a terrifying phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky, shocking all the sector lords. Su su su. 4 figures came to the foot of the barrier mountain. The secret manual has appeared. The Shinshan School's sector Lord Blazing Heart said excitedly. The heavens are really helping me. I didn't have the chance to enter the last time the secret manual opened. This time, I definitely won't miss it." After saying that, Blazing Heart's figure flashed and arrived in front of the ancient road of time and space. Whoosh! He took a step forward and disappeared into the ancient road of time and space. How can I, Jing Lang Sector Lord, miss out on such a secret manual? My poison Tao has also reached a critical point. I need the pressure of a life and death crisis to break through. Merciless Hand and Jing Lang Sector Lord also entered the ancient road of time and space. In the end, only Ouyang Luoxue was left. She stood there quietly. Her beautiful figure was perfectly displayed. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, and there was a hint of coldness on her face. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at the void. "If you don't want to die, don't enter." After saying that, she also entered the ancient road of time and space. Hoo. Many sector lords appeared in the dark. Their eyes were filled with greed. The path of the martial Tao has always been bumpy. If we are frightened by such a small difficulty, how can we increase our strength? Some people didn't even think and directly entered. And some people's faces turned pale when they thought of Skyheart Sector Lord. Surviving is the most important thing. Not long after, a portion of the sector lords entered the ancient road of time and space. There were also some who continued to hide and cultivate, striving to enter the transcendent realm. Chapter 3184. The ancient road of time and space was filled with grayness. At a certain moment, demonic qi filled the sky. The 5 of them were absorbing the demonic qi while Fang Chen was protecting them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a deafening roar could be heard from the center of the planet. In the next moment, Little Mouse and the other 4 opened their eyes. Rip! The ground cracked and a huge body broke out of the ground. Its body contained an extremely powerful energy. Ancient divine rhinoceros. Little Mouse's face darkened as he said coldly, "Be careful. The ancient divine rhinoceros's innate superpower is extremely powerful. Its horns can pierce the heavens. Chimph, it's just a cow. Let me restrain it." The old faker transformed into a divine tree. Its main body kept expanding and took root on the planet. The branches swayed and shone crazily. A terrifying energy surged out. In the blink of an eye, the dense branches intertwined and trapped the ancient divine rhinoceros. Roar! The ancient divine rhinoceros stared at the old faker with its gong-sized eyes. "This planet is my territory," Yi Futian said. The ancient divine rhinoceros spoke in human language and roared angrily. It swung its head fiercely, and a powerful force whizzed out and hit the old faker hard. Crack! The branches that were trapping the ancient divine rhinoceros broke and fell to the ground. "It hurts." The old faker screamed and controlled the branches even more crazily to restrain the ancient divine rhinoceros. Attack! With Little Mouse as the leader, the 4 of them attacked at lightning speed. Splash! Little Mouse used its innate superpower the moment it attacked. Its claws were surrounded by a thick purple aura. It leaped onto the back of the ancient divine rhinoceros, and its claws, which were filled with endless power, viciously clawed at the ancient divine rhinoceros. Crack! Although the ancient divine rhinoceros had a strong defense, it was still torn apart by Little Mouse. Rumble! The ancient divine rhinoceros was infuriated. It shook its body, wanting to send the Little Mouse flying. However, the Little Mouse's body was extremely agile. The ancient divine rhinoceros could not catch its tracks at all. At the same time, Xiao Huang transformed into the royal ant tribe. His body expanded, and the antennae on his forehead wriggled crazily, wrapping around the ancient divine rhinoceros. When Xiao Huang's tentacles wrapped around the ancient divine rhinoceros's 4 feet, Xiao Hai and Pangolin attacked at the same time. Dong dong dong! Pangolin's defense skyrocketed. Outside his body, there was a layer of powerful armor. When he saw that the ancient divine rhinoceros was enraged, he ignored his injuries and stood in front of the ancient divine rhinoceros horns. Crack! The pangolin's defense was penetrated, but the horns of the ancient divine rhinoceros were not in a good condition either. Break! Pangolin's eyes were bloodshot. He screamed in his heart. The armor on his skin instantly turned into a ball of fiery light, restraining the ancient divine rhinoceros horns firmly. Faster! Pangolin roared at the others. The ancient divine rhinoceros's strongest point was its horns. Now that it was restrained, its attack power was greatly reduced. Old bull, die! Little Mouse's claws quickly scratched the ancient divine rhinoceros's body. In the blink of an eye, the ancient divine rhinoceros's back was covered in blood and flesh. Little Mouse's claws could dig through the ancient path of time and space. A mere ancient divine rhinoceros was nothing. Not far away, Fang Chen stood in the air, watching the battle. Originally, he was worried that the ancient divine rhinoceros would be enraged and that the 5 of them would not be able to withstand it. But now, it seemed that he was overthinking. After so many years, the 5 of them have become more and more coordinated. Fang Chen grinned. Every one of them knew their own strengths. When they cooperated with others, they could learn from each other's strengths to offset their weaknesses. When they attacked together, their combat power was off the charts. The old faker's strongest ability was entanglement. There were countless branches and leaves on his main body. As long as he did not die, the branches and leaves would never be extinguished. Therefore, he used his special ability to restrain the ancient divine rhinoceros in a very small space so that it could not engage in a large-scale battle. Next was Little Mouse. He used his claws to perform his special ability, causing the ancient divine rhinoceros to enter a state of rage and attack it crazily. At this time, Xiao Huang also activated his antennae and entangled the ancient divine rhinoceros's 4 feet so that it could not move. When the ancient divine rhinoceros activated its horns and launched a thunderous attack, Pangolin used his strongest defense to restrain the ancient divine rhinoceros's horns. As for Xiao Hai, he spat out seawater and drowned the ancient divine rhinoceros. Their cooperation was smooth and fluid. The ancient divine rhinoceros's overall strength was stronger than the 5 of them. But when the 5 of them worked together, they suppressed the ancient divine rhinoceros until it could not resist at all. Boom! After a while, the ancient divine rhinoceros's huge body fell to the ground with a loud boom. It had no vitality left. It was dead. Huff! The 5 of them transformed into their human forms and panted heavily. "This guy is too clumsy," Little Mouse said. "If he is as agile as us, how are we going to fight?" Xiao Huang said. Xiao Hai and Pangolin nodded. The latter's injuries were quite serious. After all, he had directly restrained the ancient divine rhinoceros's horns. In the following time, the 5 of them began to divide the ancient divine rhinoceros's body. Fang Chen watched the entire process. He could not help but sigh. Things had changed with the passage of time. The 5 of them had become more mature. Dong! Just as the 5 of them were in high spirits, the ground suddenly trembled and the stars shook. An extremely dense demonic qi came from underground. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. In a flash, he appeared in front of the 5 of them. "Be careful. There seems to be an unknown creature underground," Fang Chen said. "Could there be a herd of ancient divine rhinoceros underground?" Little Mouse's expression also changed. Roar! A roar could be heard coming from underground. Rumble! Cracks appeared on the ground and demon qi soared into the sky. The stars shook and all the demon qi gathered at the center of the stars. Retreat! All of a sudden, Fang Chen let out a cry of surprise, and led the 5 of them back onto the ancient road of space-time. Crack! The ground cracked and a huge body appeared. "You killed my child. I will tear you to pieces." The ancient divine rhinoceros's aura was even stronger. "A realm king," Fang Chen murmured with a grave expression. Boom! The horns of the divine rhinoceros suddenly expanded and pierced through the sky. Starlight fell and the entire planet turned into a battlefield of azura. Strong winds blew and the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard incessantly. "This guy is too strong. We can't resist at all," Little Mouse said in a low voice. Their gazes landed on Fang Chen's figure, as if they were asking for his opinion. Fang Chen originally wanted to avoid the attack, but when his gaze fell on the horns of the ancient divine rhinoceros, his eyes burned. That is, in the horns of the ancient divine rhinoceros, there was a thumb-sized star core. Fang Chen was very familiar with this star core, because he had the same 5 star cores in his body. How is this possible? Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Why would there be an immortal star core in the horns of the ancient divine rhinoceros? Could it have killed a human who had condensed an immortal star core and absorbed its power? But when he thought of this, Fang Chen immediately denied it. Because once a human martial artist condensed an immortal star core, it would be compatible with his bloodline. After he died, the immortal star core would shatter and turn into immortal star power. Therefore, the only explanation was that the ancient divine rhinoceros had condensed immortal star power. How terrifying was that? Demonic beasts were very different from humans in the first place. However, this ancient divine rhinoceros could condense an immortal star core. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with vigilance. His intuition told him that the ancient divine rhinoceros's strength was far from what it looked like. Roar! The ancient divine rhinoceros roared into the sky. When it stomped its feet, the entire star shook. You killed my child. All of you must die. A deafening roar came from the ancient divine rhinoceros's nostrils. It said coldly. Its horns expanded and emitted a terrifying power that pierced through the sky. Dong dong dong. With every step the ancient divine rhinoceros took, it would release a powerful force. The 5 of them looked grave. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to resist the ancient divine rhinoceros. All of you retreat first. I will stop it. Chapter 3185. This divine rhinoceros was clearly much stronger than the one they had killed before. According to Fang Chen's senses, it was at least at the peak transcendent world lord level. It might even be able to fight against a world king level expert. Thus, he didn't dare to be careless. After entering the ancient space-time path, this was the strongest enemy Fang Chen had encountered so far. Roar! The divine rhinoceros's entire body changed. Its skin flashed with complex runes. Crimson blood flowed through the veins, illuminating the entire planet in an incomparably bright red. Rumble! The star shook. The sky was dyed red with blood. The blood in the runes gathered towards the horns of the divine rhinoceros. In the blink of an eye, the blood had gathered on its horns. Wang! After the blood and the immortal star core fused, the horns became even stronger. Catcher! The divine rhinoceros gently twisted its head. Wherever its horns passed, the sky would be torn apart. An unfathomable crack would instantly appear. Within the crack, a wild storm swept through the world. Die! The divine rhinoceros stomped its feet. Its huge body charged towards Fang Chen's ancient spacetime path. Hoo! Although the divine rhinoceros's body was huge, it wasn't clumsy at all. Its speed was fast to the extreme. Fang Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the divine rhinoceros's movement technique to contain the Tao of spacetime. As expected of a demonic beast that cultivated in the ancient spacetime path. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The divine rhinoceros's strongest point was its horns. However, the divine rhinoceros he encountered on this star actually had such great attainments in the Tao of spacetime. From this point, one could see how powerful the ancient spacetime path was. Its speed isn't slow, but, Fang Chen grinned. His figure flashed and he disappeared into the void. Catcher! The divine rhinoceros's horns ruthlessly pierced into the place where Fang Chen disappeared. The void was torn apart. Roar! The divine rhinoceros roared towards the sky. Its attack missed and it was furious. Rumble! In the following time, the divine rhinoceros used its absolute strength to control its horns, cutting through every inch of the star's void. Dong! Finally, Fang Chen was forced to reveal himself after a bombardment. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and blocked the rhinoceros horns. Crack! The sound of metal clashing rang out and sparks flew in all directions. A powerful sword chi burst out from the hidden star sword and forcibly blocked the attack from the 2 horns of the divine rhino. Foolish humans! Seeing this, the divine rhinoceros let out an angry roar from its nostrils as it mocked. In the next second, the rhinoceros god's huge body directly pressed towards Fang Chen. At the same time, the immortal star nucleus in its two horns exploded, and the terrifying immortal star power increased the power of its two horns by at least 30%. His attack power soared, giving Fang Chen a lot of pressure. Star-breaking sword. Without hesitation, Fang Chen performed the 8th move of the invincible swordsmanship, star-breaking sword. The star-hidden sword suddenly swung out. On the tip of the sword, a cold star flickered. A terrifying sword light whizzed out. Crack! The rhinoceros god was enraged and his attack power had reached a terrifying level. The power of its two horns was unparalleled. Although the invincible swordsmanship was powerful, it could not completely block the attack of the rhinoceros god. Crack! After the sword light collided with the horns of the rhinoceros god, it shattered and Fang Chen was forced to retreat. Crash! Using the rock body movement, Fang Chen's body merged with heaven and earth. I don't believe that you can keep dodging. The rhinoceros god was enraged. Scorching flames shot out from its eyes. Its feet stepped on the ground and its two horns released an unparalleled pressure. Buzz! Strange changes happened to its two horns. All the demonic chi in the star was crazily absorbed by it. In the blink of an eye, the vast demonic chi began to envelop the star. Oh no, the rhinoceros god wants to trap Boss with its demonic chi. Little Mouse said worriedly. We have to fight alongside Boss. The 5 of them looked at each other and nodded. They stepped into the star one after another. Dong! In a few breaths' time, the star was completely sealed by the powerful demonic chi. Roar! 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 The rhinoceros god roared to the sky. This star is my territory. All of you must die. Whoosh! Scorching flames shot out from the rhinoceros god's nostrils and instantly turned the star into a sea of fire. The 5 of them were directly swept away. Kill! The 5 of them attacked together, but they could not stop the rhinoceros god. At the critical moment, Fang Chen took action. He used his Emperor Realm strength to forcefully blast the rhinoceros god's huge body away. Then, he took out the heaven sealing tablet. A terrifying sealing power fell and shrouded the star. In this way, the demonic chi seal could not affect Fang Chen too much. He could go all out and fight. Invincible swordsmanship. It was still the invincible swordsmanship, but this time, Fang Chen attacked with all his strength. The star-breaking sword flashed with dazzling sword light. 5 stellar cores floated above his head and his attack power skyrocketed. Immortal stellar core? Seeing this, Niokai's pupils shrank and he cried out. You have also condensed an immortal stellar core? Hearing this, Fang Chen could finally confirm that the rhinoceros god in front of him had obtained part of the immortal emperor's inheritance and had condensed an immortal stellar core with his own efforts. H. I will become stronger after absorbing your immortal stellar core. They were originally enemies. At this moment, the rhinoceros god hated Fang Chen even more. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Whoosh! The hidden star sword burst out with endless power and rushed towards the rhinoceros god. Clang! The rhinoceros god's horns blocked the hidden star sword. Emperor weapon! The rhinoceros god cried out when he felt that his horns were pierced by the hidden star sword. Damn you, you actually have an emperor weapon. The rhinoceros god's attack became even more violent. Its horns seemed to be able to pierce through the star. However, Fang Chen did not fight it head-on. Instead, he chose to use a roundabout tactic. He constantly used the Great Rock Movement technique to sneak attack the rhinoceros god. After a while, the rhinoceros god roared crazily. There were many injuries on its body, but it still couldn't find any traces of a human. Little Mouse and the other 4 also found the right time to use their innate abilities to restrain the rhinoceros god. Gradually, the rhinoceros god was in a desperate situation. In the ancient road of space-time, the Blazeheart Realm Lord was moving forward rapidly when he suddenly felt a powerful battle. Someone is fighting. His eyes flickered and he quickly moved forward. Soon, he arrived before the star. That is, the entire star was shrouded in monstrous demonic chi. He couldn't see the situation inside, but he could feel that the battle was extremely powerful. Who is fighting? The Blazeheart Realm Lord thought of a person. It was an expert who died in the past, or 2WN Mo shouldn't be this strong. It must be an expert who died in the past. Thinking of this, the Blazeheart Realm Lord's eyes moved as he approached the star. The battle's fluctuations are too great. I think both sides will suffer in the end. I will wait here. After saying that, the Blazeheart Realm Lord waited wholeheartedly. In the star, monstrous demonic chi filled the sky. Emperor Realm energy surrounded Fang Chen as he held the hidden star sword in one hand and the immortal scepter in the other. The 5 of them stood behind him. On the opposite side, the rhinoceros god was in a sorry state. Blood was spurting out. It was heavily injured. Damn it. The rhinoceros god's eyes stared at Fang Chen. It couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. One of the rhinoceros god's horns was cut off. On the other horn, there was a sword hole. Fang Chen attacked with all his strength. With the help of the sealed sky monument's powerful sealing energy, the 5 of them gradually gained the upper hand. Most importantly, Fang Chen used the immortal star core and immortal scepter as a foundation to break the immortal star core in the rhinoceros god's horns. The destruction of the immortal star core had a great impact on the rhinoceros god. Its strength was greatly reduced. You killed my children and broke my horns. I will tear you into pieces. As its voice fell, the complicated patterns on the rhinoceros god's skin instantly shrank and disappeared. At this moment, the rhinoceros god's body underwent a great change. Roar. The rhinoceros god let out a shocking roar from its nostrils. A terrifying aura spread out. Not good. The rhinoceros god is going to use a forbidden secret technique. The little mouse exclaimed. The rhinoceros god's forbidden secret technique. It is said that its battle prowess can increase by a level in a short period of time. Let's go. We can't wait any longer. Xiao Huang said in a deep voice. Chapter 3186. In the ancient era, the divine rhinoceros race possessed powerful innate abilities. The bloodline in their bodies was powerful to the extreme. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them the king of demons. However, as time passed and the age of chaos arrived, the ancient divine rhinoceros was almost extinct. Their bloodline became thinner and thinner. Now, there were only a few who could use the forbidden technique. Seeing the changes in the divine rhinoceros body, the little mouse's expression changed. As a member of the demon race, it knew better than anyone how powerful the ancient divine rhinoceros forbidden technique was. Roar. As it was thinking, the divine rhinoceros body continued to grow. In the blink of an eye, it was comparable to a small mountain. It took a step forward and the earth shook. The most terrifying thing was that its horns were flowing with a sinister and terrifying power. Divine rhinoceros world annihilation. The divine rhinoceros roared and its horns soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart. The sinister and terrifying power on the surface of its horns instantly covered the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky and a storm was coming. The sky changed color. Boom. Boom. The divine rhinoceros attack power increased by a level. Its aura also became incomparably powerful. That's the aura of a world king. Fang Chen exclaimed and his expression changed. Although with his strength, if he attacked with all his strength, he could still escape unscathed from a world king powerhouse. However, the divine rhinoceros in front of him was different. It had used the forbidden technique and the power of its bloodline had completely fused with its horns. The power that erupted from it wasn't something an ordinary world king could compare to. He had the intention to retreat. With a wave of his hand, he sent the 5 of them into Dark Cave Mountain. Then, he stepped on the hidden star sword and put away the sealed sky monument. He passed through the demon chi seal and rushed towards the ancient road of time. Roar. Behind him, the divine rhinoceros roars were endless. Wherever its horns passed, the void collapsed and spatial storms emerged. Terrifying vortexes appeared one after another and were about to catch up to Fang Chen. Great rock movement technique. Fang Chen's speed suddenly soared and he directly rushed onto the ancient road of time. It's him. After seeing Fang Chen, the Blazeheart Realm Lord's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. This guy's life is really tough. Voila. The Blazeheart Realm Lord moved horizontally, blocking Fang Chen's path. Skyheart Realm Lord, how have you been? Blazeheart Realm Lord grinned. Get out of the way. The situation was urgent. Fang Chen couldn't care less and scolded him directly. HMPH. No matter what, the Sky Heart Realm is still considered a subsidiary power of my Shinshin school. Yet, you publicly killed the Sky Heart Realm Lord and ignored the threat of my Shinshin school. You even killed the envoy we sent over. With all these crimes added together, it's enough for you to die 10,000 times. The Blazeheart Realm Lord seemed to have noticed that there were powerful demonic beasts chasing after Fang Chen on the star. He was deliberately stalling for time and obstructing the latter. Scram! Fang Chen fiercely punched out, forcing the Blazeheart Realm Lord to retreat. Die! The Blazeheart Realm Lord acted with lightning speed. He spread out his hands as his heart force gushed forth, blocking Fang Chen's attack. At the same time, he blocked Fang Chen's path. You are courting death. The hidden star sword cut through the vast sky, and the star-breaking sword was displayed. Xiu! A resplendent sword light, along with endless sword chi, pierced towards the Blazeheart Realm Lord at an extremely fast speed. Not good. The Blazeheart Realm Lord sensed the terror of the sword chi and didn't face it head-on. Bang! Just as his body moved, he was sent flying by a fist light. Fang Chen's body rapidly disappeared into the depths of the ancient space-time path. Damn it! The Blazeheart Realm Lord was enraged, but Fang Chen had already disappeared. Roar! At this moment, the divine rhinoceros furiously chased after him. Where is he? The divine rhinoceros was enraged. When it saw the Blazeheart Realm Lord, its horns flickered with light, wanting to kill him. Stop! The Blazeheart Realm Lord was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "We have a common enemy. If you want to kill him, I can help you." You! The divine rhinoceros stopped attacking. Its huge eyes stared at the Blazeheart Realm Lord. Monstrous demonic chi swept him up and pulled him into the demonic chi star. On the ancient space-time path, Fang Chen executed the Great Rock Movement technique, moving swiftly. At the same time, a strange scene took place in Dark Cave Mountain. TMPH, I'm a pure-blooded descendant of the ancient era. Although you guys are demonic beasts, you can't compare to me. The pure-blooded cub stared at the 5 fellows and grinned. Little Flame stood beside the pure-blooded cub. He didn't recognize Little Mouse and the others. On the other hand, Fang Shi, Kang Ju, and Heaven Heart were excited when they saw Little Mouse and the others. Why are you guys here? Heaven Heart asked with a smile. It's a long story. Little Mouse gave a simple explanation of the situation. You don't even know how to brag. You guys want to dig through the ancient space-time path? Clearly, the pure-blooded cub didn't believe them. What? Do you want to fight? Little Mouse asked. Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you guys. Boom. The battle erupted. The pure-blooded cub released a powerful pure-blooded bloodline while Little Mouse released its innate ability. Rumble. The battle between the two was extremely intense. Let's go together. Xiao Huang and the others looked at each other, smiled strangely, and joined the battle. By the time Fang Chen noticed the battle in Dark Cave Mountain, they were almost done fighting. Although the pure-blooded cub was strong, Little Mouse and the others worked together seamlessly and were even stronger. Boom. With a loud sound, the two sides scattered. Crash. At this moment, Fang Chen entered Dark Cave Mountain. Boss, where did this guy come from? Little Mouse and the others asked. Seriously, you have a pure-blooded descendant like me, but you still want to take these guys as your spirit pets, the pure-blooded cub said disapprovingly. What are you talking about? Do you want to be beaten up again? Seeing these fellows bickering, Fang Chen felt helpless. All right, stop bickering. Fang Chen introduced them to each other and said, You are all my brothers who have fought with me in the world. There will be many opportunities to fight side by side in the future. I don't want you to be at odds with each other. Whether you are a pure-blooded descendant or an ordinary demon, as long as you cultivate hard, you will reach the peak one day, Fang Chen said in a low voice. The pure-blooded cub waved its paw. Boring, I'm not going to play with you. Then, it jumped onto Xiao Hu's shoulder and walked away. Let's go and teach this guy a lesson. Little Mouse and the other 4 stealthily followed them. Fang Chen did not pay any attention to them. They knew their limits. Father, Are you okay? Fang, she asked worriedly. Fang Chen stroked his daughter's forehead and smiled. I'm fine, don't worry. Sure enough, as Fang Chen expected, in just 3 days, the pure-blooded cub got along well with the other 5 fellows. Although they often bickered, they had already acknowledged each other. Fang Chen was also very happy about this. In the ancient road of space-time, Fang Chen felt that he was infinitely close to the end. The power of space-time was even stronger. What is at the end of the ancient road of space-time? Fang Chen was very puzzled. Why did the owner of the ancient road of space-time create such a huge ancient road of space-time? In addition, the existence of the Golden Castle made Fang Chen feel even more incredulous. 3 months later, Fang Chen came to the end of the ancient road of space-time. On this day, the ancient road of space-time shook as if it was about to shatter. Fang Chen saw the end of space-time. Stars twinkled as if he was in the world of reincarnation. That is, at the end of space-time, under the stars, there was a phantom. Every time it moved, it would release a vast power of space-time. Using remnant thoughts to outline the Tao of space-time, Fang Chen was shocked. How strong was this unparalleled powerhouse? His comprehension of the Tao of space-time had reached an unimaginable level. Just the creation of the ancient road of space-time was a big deal. Now, he even left behind a remnant thought. For countless years, it had been here, sketching the trajectory of the Tao of space-time. In an instant, Fang Chen's body stiffened and his eyes were blank. The power of space-time surged around him as if he had entered a state of epiphany. At the end of the ancient road of space-time, the flickering phantom suddenly stopped and looked up at Fang Chen with a gratified smile. The Tao of space-time is vast and boundless. To be able to have an epiphany here is really rare. I hope you can comprehend the ultimate meaning of the Tao of space-time and bring it to greater heights. After saying that, the phantom gradually faded until it disappeared. After it disappeared, at the end of the ancient road of space-time, the power of space-time condensed into small handwriting. At the end of the handwriting, the words King of Space-Time were written. The King of Space-Time dared to call himself the King of the Tao of Space-Time. One could imagine how powerful his attainments were. Chapter 3187. A series of images appeared in Fang Chen's mind. And this scene was exactly what he had just comprehended from the movement of the shadow. In that instant, it was as if a door to the peak of time and space had opened. Fang Chen was quickly comprehending. His body sometimes moved, sometimes passed through time and space, sometimes stopped. The great rock movement technique was displayed to the extreme. His speed was unparalleled among sector lords. Even compared to world kings, he wasn't any weaker. Time and space was a Tao born from the combination of time and space. Before this, Fang Chen's attainments in space were very high. However, his attainments in time were slightly weaker. But now, the flow of time around him seemed to be constantly changing. The void flickered as if his comprehension could cause changes in the ancient path of time and space. While Fang Chen was comprehending, the other transcendent sector lords, including Blazeheart Sector Lord, were all heading towards the end of the ancient path of time and space. The changes in the ancient path of time and space made them puzzled. This powerful fluctuation comes from the end of the ancient path of time and space. Blazeheart Sector Lord's figure flashed as he sped along the ancient path of time and space. At the same time, Bright Wolf Sector Lord, Merciless Hand Sector Lord, and Ouyang Luoxue were also traveling. Hoo. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her body was beautiful. No matter where she went, she would give off a different feeling. Ouyang Luoxue was traveling when a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. One more. Ouyang Luoxue recognized this person. It was Devil Hand Sect's Sector Lord One more. The current One more was very different from before. Demonic energy filled the sky from his body as if a demon god had descended. One more's tall figure blocked Ouyang Luoxue's path. His pitch-black eyes sized her up. Ouyang Luoxue frowned. She was very displeased because she saw some filth in One more's eyes. Get out of the way. Ouyang Luoxue coldly scolded. Ha ha. Ouyang Luoxue, do you still think this is the Ouyang family? Tu Wanmore suddenly let out an eerie grin as he opened his hand. A terrifying demonic aura sprang into the sky, sealing off the place. He pointed at Ouyang Luoxue and said greedily, "Only I, Tu Wn Mo, am worthy of such a perfect woman like you." Scram! Ouyang Luoxue's expression changed, and an icy cold aura emanated from her body. She clenched her fist tightly and punched out. Rumble. There was an explosion in front of Tu Wanmore. A halo completely condensed from demonic chi blocked Ouyang Luoxue's attack. "What? Are you angry from embarrassment?" Tu Wanmore said, "I, Tu Wanmore, am destined to become the main character of this era. If you follow me, you will definitely reach the peak in the future. Damn it." As the daughter of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Luoxue had countless suitors. However, no one dared to speak rudely to Ouyang Luoxue. Tu Wanmore didn't seem to be afraid at all. He looked mockingly at Ouyang Luoxue. "This is the ancient road of time and space. Even if I kill you, your Ouyang family won't know." Who? As he spoke, Tu Wanmore's body flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ouyang Luoxue. Ouyang Luoxue stomped her feet and prepared to counterattack. However, at this moment, Ouyang Luoxue was shocked to find that she couldn't move her body. Ouyang Luoxue panicked. Her heart raced and she wanted to struggle. However, Tu Wanmore waved his hand and suppressed her. How is this possible? Ouyang Luoxue didn't understand. How did Tu Wanmore become so strong all of a sudden? What a beauty. It's a pity that I can't touch you now. Tu Wanmore had an obsession in his heart. Before he resolved this obsession, he couldn't be distracted. "After I kill World Lord Tian Xin, I will spend the night with you." Tu Wanmore looked greedily at Ouyang Luoxue. He didn't hide his thoughts at all. "Mph, aren't you afraid of my Ouyang family's revenge?" Ouyang Luoxue gradually calmed down from her initial panic. Ouyang Luoxue regained her usual aloofness and said indifferently, "Ouyang family?" Tu Wanmore smiled eerily and restrained her. Several days later, at the end of the ancient road of space-time, World Lord Blazeheart was the first to arrive. When he saw Fang Chen, he was furious and wanted to kill him immediately. Hoo. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. World Lord Blazeheart turned his head and saw World Lord Merciless Tyrant and Jing Lang. "I didn't expect World Lord Blazeheart to be the first to arrive." Jing Lang nodded. "World Lord Blazeheart, what's at the end of the ancient road of space-time? Did you discover anything?" World Lord Merciless Tyrant asked. World Lord Blazeheart pointed at Fang Chen. "It's him." World Lord Merciless Tyrant and Jing Lang were surprised. This fellow seems to be comprehending something. Did he obtain the inheritance of the ancient road of space-time? Thinking of this, World Lord Merciless Tyrant's eyes flashed with a vicious glint. "Mph, let's attack together and force him out of the inheritance." World Lord Jing Lang and World Lord Blazeheart nodded. Hooah! World Lord Merciless Tyrant had stepped into the transcendent realm and his attainments in the poison Tao were even stronger. However, he would never forget Fang Chen's comprehension of the poison Tao. He must be hiding a secret art of the poison Tao on him. Once I obtain it, I'll definitely be able to step into the World King realm. World Lord Merciless Tyrant had his own selfish motives in dealing with Fang Chen. He took the lead and waved his hand. A terrifying poison gas instantly spread out and submerged Fang Chen. Ha, what a foolish fellow. Even a world king will undoubtedly die after being enveloped by my poison gas. World Lord Merciless Tyrant laughed heartily. World Lord Jing Lang and World Lord Blazeheart also praised, as expected of the most monstrous World Lord in the history of the 10,000 Poison Sect. World Lord Merciless Tyrant, your attainments in the poison Tao are truly breathtaking. This fellow is enveloped by World Lord Merciless Tyrant's poison. Unless a miracle occurs, he'll undoubtedly die. The three originally wanted to join forces to deal with Fang Chen, but the moment World Lord Merciless Tyrant took action, the battle was over. The two of them were happy and relaxed, so they stopped. Within the billowing poison gas, Fang Chen was still sitting cross-legged, unaffected. Hiss. The terrifying poison gas was extremely corrosive. Fortunately, Fang Chen's physical body had reached the martial emperor level. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin blocked the corrosion of the poison gas. His comprehension of the space-time Tao had also reached a bottleneck. The space-time Tao is ever-changing. To comprehend it, one must become one with space-time. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Wang. In an instant, vast space-time power surged out of his body. Whoosh. He suddenly opened his eyes. His many years of accumulation had naturally come to fruition. The space-time power in his body had undergone a fundamental change. Whoosh. At the same time, at the end of the ancient road of space-time, a dazzling light entered his mind. This is the space-time king's inheritance. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to obtain the space-time king's inheritance while comprehending the space-time Tao. I spent my entire life trying, but I still couldn't see through space-time. I hope that a successor can inherit my comprehension and help me fulfill my wish. A sigh came from the void. Fang Chen was just about to check the space-time king's inheritance in his mind when he suddenly felt his entire body burning. Poison gas. He subconsciously lowered his head and discovered that a monstrous poison gas had enveloped him. Realm Lord Merciless Hand? Fang Chen's expression instantly darkened. Of the many Realm Lords within the barrier of World City, only Realm Lord Merciless Hand could release such a powerful poison gas. Fang Chen didn't even think about how Realm Lord Merciless Hand had entered the ancient road of space-time. You want to compete in the poison Tao with me? Fang Chen sneered. He spread out his hand, and the poison gas instantly spread out. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The poison gas instantly crushed Realm Lord Merciless Hand's poison gas upon contact. Crack. The monstrous poison gas enveloping Fang Chen disappeared. The three of them were discussing how to force Fang Chen to hand over the inheritance when they suddenly discovered that the poison gas had disappeared. How is this possible? Realm Lord Merciless Hand involuntarily cried out. He was extremely confident in his poison Tao techniques. However, he didn't understand how Fang Chen had withstood it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even a realm king might not be able to block my poison Tao attacks. How could a mere transcendent realm lord block them? Realm Lord Merciless Hand frantically shook his head, unable to accept the reality before his eyes. Realm Lord Merciless Hand, Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and gloomily said, "Back in the Golden Valley, I gave you a chance, but you refused to repent and even tried to kill me. Tell me, how can I let you go?" Chapter 3188. As for you, Realm Lord Blazeheart, you tried to stop me when I was being chased by the rhinoceros. How can I let you off? Fang Chen said calmly, his words filled with killing intent. Realm Lord Jinglang of Black Wolf Mountain? We don't know each other. Why do you want to deal with me? Mph, you killed my Shinshin school's envoy. That's a capital offense, Realm Lord Blazeheart said coldly. Cut the crap. Hand over the inheritance at the end of the ancient road of spacetime and I won't interfere in this matter, Jinglang said coldly. Fang Chen's eyes swept across the three of them and a mocking smile appeared on his face. I have indeed obtained the inheritance. Fang Chen said, but so what? Their expressions changed when they heard this. The poison on Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant's body instantly spread out. Hand over the inheritance or die. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you again. Fang Chen disdained Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant's threat. Oh, right. If you lose to me again, I won't show any mercy and will definitely kill you. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant launched a swift and violent attack. Hoo. At the end of the ancient road of spacetime, a wild poison filled the entire void. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant had used his strongest move. His poison could corrode the void, but it couldn't do anything to Fang Chen. I'll let you see what the true poison Tao is. Fang Chen flicked his finger and the poison in his body turned into a stream of light and shot out. Whoosh. The poison penetrated Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant's defenses and directly entered his body. Poochie. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. His body began to convulse and his expression changed drastically. Damn it! He desperately urged the energy in his body to force out the poison, but it was to no avail. Let's attack together. At the sight of this, Realm Lord Jing Lang and Realm Lord Yang Xin finally felt how terrifying Fang Chen was. The two of them joined forces and attacked. Invincible sword art. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and his aura rose to the peak like a god. If it was before, I might be afraid of you joining forces, but now, his actions showed his attitude. The hidden star sword pierced through the void, bringing along boundless power as it pierced towards Realm Lord Jing Lang. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant's sword chi and retreated. You can't escape. Fang Chen's speed suddenly soared as he arrived in front of Realm Lord Jing Lang. Crack! The tip of the hidden star sword pierced into Realm Lord Jing Lang's body with incomparable sharpness. Roar! Realm Lord Jing Lang faced the sky and howled. His body wriggled and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into the appearance of a black wolf. This was the ultimate technique of the Black Wolf Mountain, wolf transformation. Once he transformed into a wolf, his attack power would increase exponentially, but it would not last for long. After a while, his body would become extremely weak. Therefore, he had to kill Fang Chen while he was in his wolf form. Crack! Realm Lord Jing Lang, who had transformed into a wolf, roared madly and forced back the star-concealing sword's attack with a punch. Rip! There was a terrifying sword hole on his body. Blood spurted out but his aura rose. In the blink of an eye, Realm Lord Fang Lord's aura rose to the peak. It's useless. Fang Chen took a step forward and unleashed his full power. The hidden star sword was like cutting tofu as it easily broke through the defenses of the wolf-transformed world overlord Jing Lang and ruthlessly pierced into his body. No! Realm Lord Fang Lord screamed in fear. He felt his life force fading away as though he was about to die. Bang! In the next moment, Fang Chen used his Emperor Realm strength and punched Realm Lord Fang Lord's head. Dong! Realm Lord Fang Lord's body fell on the ancient space-time road. A transcendent Realm Lord had fallen. It was a shocking scene. Even the injured Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant and the attacking Realm Lord Fang Lord were shocked. How is this possible? Never in their dreams would they have thought that Fang Chen's strength was actually powerful to such an extent. That was Realm Lord Fang Lord. Although he wasn't the strongest among the transcendent Realm Lords, he was on par with them. However, Fang Chen had killed him with a single strike. How terrifying was his attack power? Retreat. As he thought of this, the Blazeheart Realm Lord felt fear in his heart as he retreated. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant hurriedly got up and dragged his injured body away. Die! The hidden star sword pierced through the void and pierced Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant's body. Bang! Realm Lord Fang Lord fell to the ground and lost his life force. Dong dong dong. After that, Fang Chen took a step forward and appeared in front of the Blazing Heart Realm Lord. Bang! Fang Chen stomped down on the Blazeheart Realm Lord, causing him to lose all his combat strength. No, you can't kill me. For a transcendent world overlord like the Blazeheart Realm Lord to beg for mercy in front of Fang Chen, if it was in the past, it would be impossible. I won't kill you. Fang Chen flicked his finger and sealed the Blazeheart Realm Lord before tossing him into the dark cave mountain. Princess Xin was still in the Xinshan school. He wanted to use Realm Lord Fang Lord's life to exchange for her freedom. Thinking about it, if the Heart God sect valued the Blazeheart Realm Lord, they would definitely agree to this transaction. At the end of the ancient space-time path, the sky changed color and the terrifying aura gradually dissipated. Fang Chen stood there with the hidden star sword in his hand like a god of death. In just a few breaths of time, 2 transcendent realm lords died and 1 was injured. If such a battle result was spread out, it would shock the entire realm capital and even attract the attention of the major powers in the immemorial realm. Hoo. Far away in the horizon, Tu Wanmo was rushing forward with Ouyang Luoxue in his hand. At this moment, Ouyang Luoxue was sealed and couldn't struggle at all. She could only let him carry her. Chem. Fang Chen sensed something and turned around. When he saw Tu Wanmo, he was shocked. Why is it him? Fang Chen's heart shook. He personally destroyed Tu Wanmo's body and forced him into the Black Altar. After that, The black altar disappeared and everyone thought that Tu Wanmo had died. Who knew that not only did he not die, he even appeared in the ancient spacetime path. His hand. Fang Chen discovered Ouyang Luoxue. With just a glance, he felt that she was sealed. Could it be? Fang Chen seemed to have thought of something. A cold killing intent flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Realm Lord Tian Xin. While thinking, Tu Wanmo had already reached the end of the ancient spacetime path. That day, you destroyed my body and forced me into the Black Altar. I swore that if I could survive, I would kill you. Now, I, Tu Wanmo, am back for revenge. Peng. Tu Wanmo threw Ouyang Luoxue to the side and looked coldly at Fang Chen. Kill yourself here and I can leave your corpse intact. Fang Chen ignored Tu Wanmo and looked at Ouyang Luoxue. The latter's eyes flashed with a complicated light. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything. After I kill you, Ouyang Luoxue will become my woman and the ancient spacetime path will become my territory. Tu Wanmo's demonic aura filled the sky and he was extremely arrogant. Fang Chen frowned and shifted his gaze from Ouyang Luoxue to Tu Wanmo. I once destroyed your physical body, and I can still do so now. Tempage, I suffered in the Black Altar and finally obtained a supreme demonic cultivation technique. I'm invincible among transcendents. What do you have to fight me? Tu Wanmo's face was filled with disdain. Fang Chen pointed at the chaotic space and said, before you came here, I killed Black Wolf Mountain's Jinglang Sector Lord, 10,000 Poison Sect's Merciless Hand Sector Lord, and suppressed Shinshan School's Blazing Heart Sector Lord. Tempage, are you trying to scare me? Tu Wanmo naturally didn't believe that Fang Chen had the strength to fight 1 against 3. He thought that Fang Chen was trying to scare him. Let Ouyang Luoxue go, Fang Chen said in a low voice. What? Going easy on her? Tu Wanmo sneered. You want to be a hero and save the beauty? Let's see if you have the ability. Don't lose your life before you can save her. I'll say it one last time. Let Ouyang Luoxue go. Fang Chen said in a low voice. Back then, Ouyang Luoxue had fought side by side with him to kill the evil Corpse Devil clan. Therefore, he couldn't just watch her fall into Tu Wanmo's hands. Exchange it with your life, Tu Wanmo said. Fang Chen looked up and killing intent flashed in his eyes. I wanted to let you live for a few more minutes, but since you're in a hurry to die, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he said that, the spacetime power on the ancient spacetime path condensed and lightning appeared. Chapter 3189. Whoosh. Fang Chen's body turned into a beam of light, traveling through the void at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, he appeared beside Ouyang Luoxue. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards her. He wanted to save Ouyang Luoxue before the battle. However, Tu Wanmo seemed to have guessed that Fang Chen would do this. He snorted coldly. Monstrous demonic qi surged out and enveloped Ouyang Luoxue's delicate body. Whoosh. Then, he controlled the demonic qi and forcefully pulled Ouyang Luoxue's body behind him. You want to save her? In your dreams. Seeing Fang Chen's plan fail, Tu Wanmo sneered. It's too early for you to be happy. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Tu Wanmo. He froze and then flew into a rage. At this moment, Fang Chen used his iron fists to break the demonic qi binding Ouyang Luoxue and grabbed her arm. Let's go. The rock movement technique was extremely fast. It was the pride of the pure-blooded rock clan. Fang Chen had learned all the techniques and merged his understanding of the way of time and space into it. His speed had reached a higher level. It was both real and illusory. Fang Chen's body flashed continuously in the void and finally returned to the end of the ancient road of time and space. He put Ouyang Luoxue aside and tapped her body a few times. Her power that had been imprisoned was instantly restored. Wait for me at the side. Fang Chen said in a low voice as he turned around and stared at Tu Wanmo. A wisp of a complicated expression appeared on Ouyang Luoxue's face. Who would have thought that a nameless and weak martial artist would save her at the most critical moment? At this moment, a ripple flashed through Ouyang Luoxue's heart. I'll help you. But in next to no time, Ouyang Luoxue recovered her icy cold appearance, and her red lips opened lightly as she spoke in a cold voice. It's okay. I can deal with him alone, Fang Chen said confidently. You're courting death. 2-1 roared into the sky. His heart was filled with rage. Fang Chen had saved her right under his nose. This was a humiliation to him. He wanted to personally tear this damned bastard to shreds. I want you dead. 2-1 opened his arms and waved them. Suddenly, a thick demonic aura shot up from the ancient road of time and space, covering the entire sky. Demonify. 2-1 stomped his foot and roared. At the same time, a violent wind blew in the sky, causing the void to tremble. 2-1 clenched his fists, and a monstrous demonic chi gathered on his fists. Demon-killing fist. 2-1's fist suddenly punched out. The demonic chi fist tore through the void wherever it passed. Even the ancient road of spacetime trembled. Ouyang Luoxue could clearly see that the spacetime power that surrounded the ancient path was swiftly dispersing. Be careful, the corrosive power of the fist shadows is very strong. Ouyang Luoxue reminded him worriedly. As the daughter of the Ouyang family, she had seen a lot since she was young. Naturally, she could see how terrifying 2-1 was. At this moment, 2-1 had completely demonified. The demonic nature hidden deep in his heart had completely exploded. His attack power was terrifying. The power of this fist was something that no transcendent world lord in the world capital could block. Even the most outstanding transcendent world lords of the Ouyang family might not be able to escape unscathed from 2-1. Can he block it? Ouyang Luoxue's eyes flashed as she murmured. She knew that she wasn't as strong as 2-1. If she attacked now, she would definitely affect Fang Chen. Therefore, she was staring at the battlefield without blinking. If Fang Chen appeared to be at a disadvantage, she would immediately step in. Emperor Fist. Fang Chen's body was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of 2-1. Two incomparably powerful fists collided with each other. Demonic fist against Emperor Fist. Rumble. The earth shook and mountains shook. Even the end of the ancient path of time and space was shaking. Demonic aura filled the sky above the demonic fist. Upon contact, it quickly enveloped Fang Chen's fist and tried to corrode it. However, Fang Chen's Emperor Fist gathered all the power of the Emperor realm. It wasn't any weaker than the demonic fist. Catcher. Under Fang Chen's control, the Empyrean Fist shattered the Fiend Fist with an unstoppable momentum. Dong dong dong. After the demonic fist was crushed, a terrifying shockwave rushed over and forced 2-1 to retreat. After stabilizing himself, 2-1's face became even darker. Damn it. He was the strongest world lord and couldn't be challenged. Today, I will kill you. 2-1 roared into the sky. His body was completely covered by demonic aura. Extreme demonification. 2-1 seemed to have gone mad. His forehead was filled with black marks. Be careful, he's completely demonified. Ouyang Luoxue clenched her fists. She was very worried. The demonification allowed 2-1 to have strength comparable to a peak transcendent world lord. Now, after the demonification, his battle strength had soared. He was comparable to someone who had just stepped into the world king realm. Boom. Terrifying air currents spun in the sky, forming a terrifying whirlpool. 2-1 stood under the whirlpool. His black hair draped over his shoulders like a peerless demon god. I have to admit that your strength has exceeded my imagination. 2-1 raised his finger and pointed at Fang Chen. However, the ancient path of time and space can only be completed by me. All of you will become my stepping stones. Boom. Suddenly, a black star appeared on the side of the ancient path of time and space. Fang Chen was stunned. 2-1 had actually taken the star and hid it behind his back. You should be proud to die in the demonic energy star that I personally refined. Dong dong dong. The moment the demonic energy star appeared, it caused the ancient path of time and space to shake. Even Ouyang Luoxue's face turned pale. A dark and terrifying aura came from the air. It was very oppressive. Ouyang Luoxue's body kept retreating. She didn't have Fang Chen's Emperor Realm body, so she couldn't block the demonic energy. Roar. 2-1 opened his hands and grabbed the demonic energy star. The huge demonic energy star kept shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it was the size of a palm. Tu Wanmo clenched his fist. The star surged and demonic energy filled the sky. Die! Fang Chen didn't expect Tu Wanmo to directly throw the star at him. Hoo. Fang Chen didn't even think and directly passed through time and space, using the Great Rock Movement technique to the extreme. Tu Wanmo snorted coldly. He connected with the stars and changed the trajectory of the stars to chase after Fang Chen. How did he refine the star? According to Fang Chen's knowledge, one had to be at least a world king to refine a star. However, what did Tu Wanmo's primordial spirit experience when it entered the Black Altar? Could it be that he went back to the past through time and space? Fang Chen had a bad feeling. If Tu Wanmo really went back to the past and found the most powerful demonic inheritance in the Black Altar, then today's battle would be difficult. Whoosh! The star attacked, but Fang Chen easily dodged it. Hey! Just as he brushed past the star, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. No, the energy in this star is very mixed. If he really refined it, it shouldn't be like this. Fang Chen thought quickly in his mind. Soon, he understood the reason. I see. Fang Chen sneered. He held the hidden star sword and used the 8th move of the invincible sword art, Star-Breaking Sword. Whoosh! The hidden star sword expanded and a powerful force was accumulated at the tip of the sword. Once it exploded, it turned into a giant sword and stabbed at the star. Stupid. In Tu Wanmo's opinion, Fang Chen's move was too stupid. He actually wanted to use his sword technique to split open his own star. What a laughable act. However, Fang Chen didn't think so. The star was so powerful that it was impossible for Tu Wanmo to completely refine it. Therefore, Fang Chen only needed to inject the sword qi into the star to cause chaos in the mixed energy and destroy the star from the inside. At that time, Tu Wanmo's demon qi star would collapse. The closer he got to the demon qi star, the heavier Fang Chen felt. It was as if he couldn't move. Go!